making sure there was no men nearby that might take him up on the challenge, no doubt. So now that he's confirmed that it's only this woman and the other female employees, now he feels like a real big guy saying, let's take it outside then. Do you want to take it outside, huh? Now, something I want to mention is he's only just started recording. This is the intro to his video from his side of things. So they didn't even get all the prerequisite lore of him being like an asshole to the Walmart employee or what led to this interaction between him and the woman filming. So when he shares this with his fucking Facebook group or whoever he hangs around with, if anybody at all they're going to see is their goofball loser-ass friend going up to a woman, asking her, do you want to take it outside? Challenging her to a fight. Wow, bud, I'm sure this one's gonna bang. They're gonna be cheering for you. A big round of applause. Somehow the video he himself is recording makes him look even worse than the full video does. Because now it's just him as like a highlight reel challenging a woman to a fight at Walmart, basically.
Guys, do y'all want to get trespassed?
No, I want to find out who's the manager for the section. She's involving herself in something that's not her business. She should just go about her business.
And he's being aggressive.
Calm down.
But was I abusing you?
I said he was being verbally abusive.
Was I abusing
yes.
you, or was I complaining about the manager? Don't lie.
He was using language and everything.
That's right. When did I get mad? Because you're supposed to have three. Because your manager can't do their job. That's why I got mad.
Bit, or I will have your sometimes could be.
That's pretty much where the video wraps up right there. The other employee comes over and just threatens to trespass both of them because of all the commotion here, so they get separated. And that's kind of where it is curtains. So the context clues here. If I'm understanding correctly, he was mad because there wasn't a manager there, so he took his anger out on the employee for the lack of manager, saying that there needs to be 3 of them there, I think? 3 managers, maybe? Which to me seems excessive. Why would you have 3 managers in a single section in the store? Unless he's like this raid boss of cringe, like the top tier male Karen, that they need 3 managers just to like wrangle them in, to like hold them down. I feel like that's just way too many managers to allocate to one spot. But maybe he meant like there's supposed to be a manager here and then 3 employees? So he needs like a whole army to take care of him to like fluff his nuts or something? I really don't even know what the whole complaint is here in the first place. Because clearly there are employees in this section. He was just berating one of them about the lack of manager apparently. So like you did have people there to help you. I don't know why he needed to like escalate it and get even angrier at the employee for what I imagine is something very trivial in the first place. Now, the woman who filmed this did make a follow-up to it to give like a little more insight onto what happened next. They did like go their separate ways, but apparently he kept carrying on, and according to her, he was escorted out of the Walmart. Not super willingly. He wasn't, very enthusiastic about that, and she did mention that police were involved with that. Not overly surprising. That checks out. That makes a lot of sense. Much like him not being able to find a capable mate. That also does make sense. And I'm going to let you in on a little secret real quick. Here, come in close. I'll whisper it in your ear. Anyone who says capable mate probably is doomed to be alone forever. You're already kind of too far gone. You are so lost in the fucking sauce. You are probably already a douchebag and already kind of just in a loveless position. The only salvation that you can find is crawling yourself out of that hole that led you to thinking that that's a normal thing to say. No sane person is going to be talking about like, yeah, the reason I have no kids at this age and I'm not in a relationship or anything is just because I haven't found a capable mate. That's just so fucking odd. What a peculiar thing to say. You immediately raise eyebrows with that kind of shit. So that's just a little, free tip right there. Don't end up like this guy. I think it should be a pretty easy fate to avoid. But anyway, I just wanted to yap about this a little bit. It does feel like it's been a while since the last time we analyzed a wacky Walmart meltdown freakout type thing. So anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. If you would have come to me 5 months ago and told me that potentially the best movie of 2026 was going to be a horror film, I would have poked in the eyes like Captain Insano and told you to get out of my house. Would have been trying to have you institutionalized for such a delusional idea. But now look at us, farting and shitting in the reality where the best movie this year really might just be the horror film I just got back from. Obsession. A lot of people have been glazing it. I'm sure you've seen a lot of the hype around it, and I know I've been very vocal and you're probably tired of hearing me whine and squeal about how exhausted I am of this marketing tactic, specifically in regards to horror films where everything has to be the scariest movie ever made. Oh, no, it's run, don't see it, no, it's too scary, you can't handle it, it's gonna be piss all over the fucking seat, don't go see this new horror movie, it's too scary, like with Long Legs. And I know every time I review a horror movie now, I can't help but make that mention, just always fucking shooting spitballs at Long Legs for the marketing around it. But point is, this movie had a lot of hype, and nowadays that makes me kind of skeptical, like, okay, might not be all that special. But in the case of Obsession, I think exceeds all expectations I could have had based on the early reviews, and even the trailer. The trailer looked good, but this is much better than the trailer led me to believe. I went into this kind of expecting something in the vein of Wish Upon, which is one of the fucking worst horror movies ever made. Actually, an insult to cinema. Like, that right there is why you could make a strong argument that we were never meant to have this technology, because what that captured is a fucking sin. Wish Upon is a terrible film, but there is something in Wish Upon that is shared in Obsession, which is a wish for love, which overwrites a human being's free will to bend to that wish for the person who made it. It's a fun concept that is ruined in Wish Upon, but explored beautifully in Obsession. And now, after having watched this film, I feel like I can say with confidence, the best horror movies are being made by YouTubers. Raka Raka crushed it with Talk to Me, came back for the double whammy with Bring Her Back, which I thought was one of the best films of that year, and now this film, Obsession, is also a YouTuber-directed film. This comes from Curry Barker. And this is so far my favorite movie of the year. I really liked it. And I think what, elevates it, the concept is pretty simple. And like I said, it actually isn't the most unique concept ever. Making a wish for someone to fall in love. Fucking Fairly Odd Parents had something like that with Timmy and Trixie at one point. So, it's not the most unheard of concept. And you can immediately deduce where it will go, where it becomes an obsession, stalking, that kind of thing. But what really gives it that extra oomph is the performances from the main characters. So, Bear, played by Michael Johnston, and Nikki, played by Inde Navarrete. I'm sure I fucked the name up, I'm super sorry. But they both gave such a great performance, in particular the actress who plays Nikki. Extraordinary. They are really able to sell everything in this film to you. And it does a great job of tiptoeing on the line of being comedic at points, and also just being extremely unnerving. This movie does some great tension building. I just have zero complaints about this film. I also like that it unapologetically uses weirdness. It uses, tactical cringe, where it's self-aware of what it's doing because it's part of what's happening. He has made a wish to make the girl of his dreams fall in love with him, and now she is obsessed, but it's not her, and they make that point pretty clear that this is now basically just some kind of, demon that's piloting the body here, under the orders of the wish that he made. And so they'll occasionally have the real Nikki come through at very rare instances, and it snaps from her being all over him and in love to then just freaking out help, it's not real, it's not me, that kind of thing. The film is not afraid to be weird. It doesn't just try and rely on the normal standard horror movie cliches you've seen a bunch, though there are a few cliches sprinkled throughout. It does try and just be odd, and I really appreciate that. So very uncomfortable scenes, one scene I know popped off pretty recently where they're at a dinner and he asks, hey, that thing about your dad dying, is that real? And then she just starts going no, freaking out, I thought we were having a nice date, in front of the whole restaurant. It's really uncomfortable. There's also other scenes like that where when he goes to work, and it is a crazy, actual, unhinged take to try and say that maybe this guy was trying to, figure out, get to the bottom of a mystery of a bad smell. And now the security camera footage makes him look bad. That's nuts. I have to just show you this comment here. I saw this first on a YouTube short, and this comment was in the replies to someone upset about TMZ even bothering to cover something like this. So this is one of the people saying, well, it could have been a bad smell. What if there was a bad smell and he was checking where it was coming from? There's so many reasons why that could have happened. Get a life. There's so many reasons why that could have happened. They're making it sound like this guy tripped and fell or something, or slipped on a banana peel. What do you mean so many reasons why that could have happened? It's not like it was an accident. This guy didn't just like lose his balance and plunge face first into the sofa where that underage girl was sitting. He did it on purpose. There's not so many reasons. This comment was so delusional that it would have actually been comical if it wasn't also scary, where this person's going to try and like excuse this kind of behavior as maybe he was checking for a bad smell. There's plenty of reasons why this guy might have went over to that sofa to sniff where their child was sitting. So many reasons. Get a life. Get over it. It's not a big deal. It's so fucking peculiar. It's sad. It is sad that something like this can't even just unanimously be condemned anymore. That there has to be people still, for some reason, fighting tooth and nail that A, it's not a big deal, or B, you're just not understanding what actually happened here. Here's the real story, and it's just fucking fanfic people are pulling out of their ass to defend a complete stranger who was just a degenerate. Like, what the fuck? Now, just to be crystal clear, the vast majority of people agree that this is completely unacceptable and that there needs to be punishment coming to this guy for this. I truly don't think this is his first time doing it either. I think he has probably done this many times. This is just the first time he's been caught doing it. So most people agree with that sentiment, but the fact that there's even a handful of people, like a noticeable amount of people defending it, is just so pathetic. It is just so sad. There are some even more outrageous explanations people have drummed up, but I'm just going to give you one more, and it's this little thread right here, which was in reply to the clip. There may be some reasonable explanation for this behavior. He enters, talking to someone, goes to couch, sniffs, continues talking, then leaves. That is not the behavior of a perv who would spend more time with the area where the girl sat. Perv may not be the explanation. Now, I don't know why is, but I will watch the story. He then has a couple of people who agree with him in the comments. The idea that a perv would sniff a couch for only 3 seconds then leave is ridiculous. Whoever released this video should be sued for violating privacy. Employees should be able to do their jobs without having every moment scrutinized by an online mob. There are so many assumptions there, I don't even know where to begin. I don't know where he's pulling this from, that it's an employee doing this. If it is, that's extremely alarming. This other person chimes in. I thought the same. Felt like something smelled wrong, maybe like piss, and he fast checked. I would imagine something different if you really wanted to enjoy that. So basically the Goof Troop's argument here is because he only did it for like 3 seconds, he's not a pervert most likely, because he didn't take his time to enjoy it. And they say that the notion that he is a pervert is ridiculous because he only spent like 3 seconds doing it. That makes no fucking sense. That doesn't compute. Would you also say that the Burbank butt sniffer is not a pervert? This was a guy who cruised bookstores and would periodically sniff women's asses. And he would only sniff their ass for like half a second, maybe a full second. Is he not a pervert because he didn't spend his time enjoying it? He didn't sit there for like 10 seconds doing it. Is the Burbank butt sniffer also innocent? This is stupid. They're unironically trying to say that he didn't meet the time threshold to be a pervert, thus there must be another explanation. Doing the act at all is the act of a pervert. It doesn't matter how long he did it for. What the fuck? That is so unbelievably dumb. And it's not just this group of 3. Like I said, there are quite a few people making the same argument. And then that last guy had an even stupider take about how maybe he was checking for piss. Okay, so the piss patrol walks in here, and the way that he checks for urine is to face plant into it? Who checks for piss that way? Who would possibly do that? I have yet to see any explanation for this other than him just being a fucking degenerate. There is just, I feel like, so little wiggle room that this is some kind of misunderstanding. The only thing that I was able to think of, and I think it is so fucking unrealistic that I don't think it's even remotely possible, but the only thing that would maybe make this a misunderstanding is if it turns out that that guy is that girl's father, and he is on the phone with her. That's who he's talking to on the phone, and she was worried that maybe she shit her pants or something, so then she had her dad go in there because she was embarrassed, so now she's talking to her dad on the phone, telling him where she sat, so then he goes and checks and sniffs to see if there's like a shit smell coming from it in order to let her know whether or not she like ruined the sofa or something. But I think that is very unlikely considering the dance studio contacted the authorities. I feel like the dance studio would probably know if that was the girl's father. And also, again, if he was there to investigate a bad smell, whether she shit or pissed or something on the sofa, he wouldn't put his whole face into it and like run it around the sofa. Nobody in their right mind would do that. I feel like there is just no possible explanation for this that isn't him just being a fucking freak. So anyway, I wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's really about it. See ya.
It's not illegal. I'm allowed to honk my horn all I want.
What a circus he has created here. Entirely avoidable, by the way. This guy went out of his way in order to find shit to get himself into. He literally tried to find ways to steam his own ham by following the officer around apparently super closely, blasting his horn and flashing his lights and shit like it was some kind of like kaiju attack, and he was trying to warn everyone about the impending danger.
Is it gonna be funny when I tell the judge that I was following behind you honking the horn because you were doing something wrong? And I just had a conversation with the day officer yesterday that says that I have the right to do something.
Oh, I know who you are.
Yeah, you dumb.
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
I cut out a lot here because it's mainly just him headbutting the horn non-stop. It's such an annoying pest, and now he kind of lets it slip. The cat's out of the bag that he's already had talks with officers, even as recent as yesterday, and then it dawns on her who this guy is. Other officers arrive at the scene. They also know who this guy is because he is a frequent nuisance.
This yesterday was on the phone with me yesterday, and that's why she's here now.
Hey, Joe.
What's
up, man? I'm the supervisor. You want to talk to somebody?
Yes. Can I get out for a second?
Just stay put. I can talk to you right here.
Okay. I was coming off of Ellis Street. This dumb came off of fucking Main Street. Had no blinker on when she made the turn. She was as well on her phone. I followed her down the road because I talked to somebody yesterday that made it very clear that if I had a problem with one of the officers that I can most definitely make a complaint about it. Okay. So I was following her down the road to figure out who she was, and I was flashing my light and honking my horn.
Were you behind her or in front of her?
I was behind her.
Okay.
What a story, Joe. A riveting tale indeed. So he wanted to follow her, find out who she was so he could make a complaint about her not using a turn signal and apparently being on her phone. That was the plan. And things went tits up real quick. So he's now talking about like a ticket that she's trying to give him for all of the hoopla that's being caused here, which has only set Joe off even further. He is now fully deranged and has gone feral because of that, and no matter what the supervisor says, it's already too far gone. He is a powder keg that is in the process of blowing, and he can't stop blowing.
And now she thinks she has the right to give me a ticket for honking my horn? I got every right to honk my f***ing horn.
How close were you to her?
I was a car length behind her.
Okay.
She swerved and hit the f***ing curb like a dumb bitch with her car over here.
Yeah, so he could go around me.
And I was nowhere close to being by her. Did I drive any closer to anybody else than I do any other day in the world?
So,
once again, this guy uses his kid as some kind of criminal sidekick, like a lackey here, to try and help him out of this pickle that he himself has put himself in. So now he's having his kid vouch that he wasn't following any closer to the officer than he does for any car on the road, which is scary, because this guy is probably up every single car's ass if he perceives that there is something out there that they may have done that he didn't like. And also, this guy looks like he is just actually on some very heavy drugs. This guy looks like he is off his gourd right now. Look at these eyes. That is a soulless stare of the devil. This guy looks crazy.
For flashing your lights or what?
She said I was honking my horn at her because I was trying to get her to stop. I was not following too closely.
Okay.
Can you guys prove it? What is the law when it follows too closely? What does the mirror say when you read that? What does that say? If you guys are so smart. objects in mirror appear closer than they
It has
are.
nothing to do with what says on the
Yeah,
mirror,
it
Joel.
does. It is a lawful statement on there.
Why do you always have to be so confrontational when you deal with us?
I'm gonna be honest, I really like that line of thinking that Joe cooks up there. Read what the car mirror says. Objects in mirror may be closer than they appear. He can't quite read that. He's fuming too much. He's seeing red, so he's gone full illiterate. But he's trying his best. He knows that there's words on there that say something to that effect, but he can't quite get them out. But the idea that he's trying to get across is that he wasn't following too close. She has been deceived by the mirrors, which clearly state that they may seem closer than they appear, thus reality is distorted. You've fallen for his trap. Joe wins. That's the idea here. The mirrors prove he's right.
Because you guys, listen,
why?
this is about transparency. I have been being harassed by my neighbors time after time again, and you guys allow it to happen. This called me yesterday harassing me, and then now she's pulling me over because she's breaking the law. And you guys want to write me a ticket because you don't want to sit in front of a judge in front of one of your...
Talking on her cell phone?
Is it against the law to be using electronic devices while operating a vehicle? Is it against the law in the state of Wisconsin?
Not to talk on your cell phone like this. No, it is not.
Since when is it not to...
The officer then goes on to explain the law about being on your phone in the state of Wisconsin, which actually somehow gets through to Joe, at least temporarily. It breaches his defenses where he's like, oh, okay. But of course, that's not, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. He's already upset. So, even though that does dawn on him that maybe there wasn't a law being broken there and that this is a whole bunch of nothing, making a mountain out of a molehill, he's still mad, and thus he needs to take out his wrath.
We can take it to court, and we can make this a thing with Madison.
That's your right to take it to court, Joel. Just like you took that disorderly conduct ticket to court when we dealt with you down at school.
This dumb bitch literally said in front of my kids
it ain't
that
gonna do you any good
I don't give a f***, dude. What are you gonna do? Not a f***ing thing. Because obviously you're letting this fat f*** do what the f*** she wants anyways.
She's just doing her job.
No, she's not.
If you don't agree with it, you can argue in court.
How is she doing her
We're
job?
not gonna argue
What
out
is the
here.
law when it comes...
Joe continues to try and alt. The officer sounds extremely tired of it. No one here besides Joe even seems mad. Like, this guy is spitting and shitting, throwing this temper tantrum, saying all of these nasty, mean things, and nobody even really cares. They just want to go back to their day. They're not even looking to, make a big deal out of this, it seems. Like, they just want to give him the ticket and just wash their hands of it. But Joe insists on taking it to the highest possible extreme.
Did I break the law?
Okay. So stay put. Don't make this any worse than it has to be, Joel.
What are you gonna do about it?
Stop.
I dare any one of you dumb to try to put your hands on me.
Just stop. We don't want to have to.
No, you started this. You're allowing your
I didn't
officer.
start anything.
No, I was behind your fat officer.
If you be quiet and give us a minute, we'll be done here.
No, there's no minute, you dumb.
Well, whatever, Joel. Obviously, we're not going to come to any sort of agreement here.
I do love that line there from Joe as well. You started this. As Joe was literally the one that peeled off in order to try and get this officer to pull over for this whole song and dance that he had brainstormed. It's a very interesting strategy. I can't say I quite understand fully the Joe gambit, but all power to him, I suppose.
Disorderly conduct, a ticket?
Was gonna be a ticket, but now it's not.
Joel, you make this stuff worse, dude, by the way you
you
act.
guys did this. This fat called me yesterday.
Just stop. Joel, knock it off.
She got me by the throat! She's got me by the throat! Stop. She's got me by the throat!
Come on.
She's got me by the throat!
Joel.
She's got me by the throat! She's got me by the throat!
Stop.
She's got me by the throat!
Okay.
Dude, you're on a camera.
She's got me by the throat!
Joe, nobody's got you by the throat.
She's got me by the throat!
Officers, please, can't you see he's being attacked by a ghost? There's a ghost and they're strangling him like Homer Simpson to Bart. Do something. Get the Spectral Patrol out there to take down this rabid ghost that's attacking his throat. Oh my goodness, this is horrifying stuff we're seeing here. So yeah, it's probably pretty clear to you now, but they decided tickets wouldn't cut it here. It wasn't really working, so they decide to slap him with a disorderly conduct charge and take him in. I'm not going to bother showing any more of his, like, tug of war with the police while they try and get him in the back of the cruiser. And to think that it all could have been avoided if that officer didn't just call him yesterday. What was that about, huh? Free my man Joe. He did nothing wrong. This was all, the officer's fault for driving, I guess. With Joe on the road. Driving while Joe on the road, that's a punishable offense. Joe owns those streets. You will drive the way Joe instructs you to. You are NPCs in Joe's world, and if you are a little out of line, you best be saying your prayers, because Lord help us, Joe's going to be trying to pull that ass over, I guess. I don't even understand what all of this was about. I have no idea what he's talking about with her calling him yesterday. I haven't the slightest fucking clue what that's about, but it seems like Joe is a daily problem in the area, so it seems like he basically has some kind of confrontation with police every day. So maybe she had responded to something yesterday that involved him. I really don't know. It's just so fucking outrageous. As the name of the video led me to believe, him pulling over the officer did not go well for him.
An officer remained with Joe's child until his grandmother arrived to pick him and the vehicle up. Joe was charged with resisting obstructing an officer, disorderly conduct, and battery to a law enforcement officer. While the suspect never sued over this matter as promised, court records indicate the suspect has been repeatedly sued in court for injunctions against abusive conduct, failing to pay rent, repeated issues of failing to pay child support, disputes over child paternity, failing to pay rent, and civil evictions. In both 2023 and 2024, the suspect was prohibited against engaging in conduct or contact with certain victims he had previously targeted. The suspect also has an extensive criminal history, listing dozens of suspected misdemeanor and felony charges.
Sure, it might seem like most of Joe's life is dedicated to just being a piece of shit, but I think this one that we just watched in the body cam is probably the one where he finally has his come to Jesus moment and realizes that he's got a problem and needs help. And this is probably the one that sets him on the right path, I bet. He probably learned his lesson this time around. I think I can't remember, I'm going off memory, but I think he got like 12 months probation and was required to write an apology to the officers at this scene, as well as attend anger management courses. Maybe that did the trick. Maybe that was finally the one that got Joe on the straight and narrow. I have no clue. Anyway, though, just wanted to yap about this a bit. That's it. See ya. Wow. I don't even know how to appropriately express my shock for what just unfolded here. Best I can do is one of these. Like a Mr. Beast thumbnail. Melania Trump, from out of nowhere, just delivered a speech going over Epstein. The whole thing was more surprising than when people learned Darth Vader is Luke Skywalker's father. And even more surprising for me, because I only recently learned that Melania can speak. I hadn't heard a peep from her in many years. I just assumed she had taken like a vow of silence or something, and that Trump just speaks for her. I only learned that she talks after the trailers for the Melania documentary, which, by the way, is directed by Brett Ratner, who was also present in the Epstein files with some not good photos out there of him. Interesting choice to direct her movie. A big part of this press conference was about how it's a bunch of lies that she was like a close associate of Epstein or like a victim of Epstein, and that it was only ever casual correspondence with Maxwell/Epstein, and that the email that recently came out, it's misleading. It's not actually indicative of like a personal connection there. So she tries to defend that and shoot all of that down. And then she also says some things that are directly contradictory to Donald Trump and the entire administration's stance on the Epstein files.
Now is the time for Congress to act. Epstein was not alone.
Those words alone just had Kash Patel shoot up out of his bed in cold sweats, awaken abruptly from his slumber, tinkling his britches, and he's going to need to calm down by butt-chugging some brewskis, because Perjury Patel has maintained that There's no credible evidence that Epstein trafficked minors to anyone. The only person is Epstein and Maxwell. That's it. There's no other clients or anything. But here, the First Lady is saying Congress needs to act and that Epstein wasn't alone. This flies in the face of the official stance of the administration and Donald Trump himself, where they talk about how justice has been served, so get over it. Even Todd Blanche is not even shy about it. Not a crime to party with Epstein. Probably won't be doing any further investigations. Their official stance is that everything that would ever happen with the Epstein files has happened, and that the American people shouldn't care about it, and anyone that does care about it is a bad person. Also, the Epstein files aren't real. They're a Democrat hoax. Meanwhile, from out of nowhere, Melania Trump delivers this speech where she's talking about her relationship to Epstein and how, like, there's a bunch of lies about it and it's all not true, but also how important the Epstein files are and that action needs to be taken, which is very, very much flying in the face of her husband's perspective on it and the administration that has desperately tried to make people forget about it. This came out of nowhere. Melania Trump delivered this at a time where no one was talking about the Epstein files. The media had forgotten about it. The administration got hit by the Men in Black neuralizer, so they didn't even know who Epstein was. They forgot that name entirely. And then Melania Trump comes and does this.
I call on Congress to provide the women who have been victimized by Epstein with a public hearing specifically centered around the survivors. Give these victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress with the power of sworn testimony. Each and every woman should have her day to tell her story in public if she wishes, and then her testimony should be permanently entered into the congressional record. Then, and only then, we will have the truth. Thank you.
This had to be a huge jump scare to most people in the administration because I don't think they signed off on that. And I read a couple reports that she went rogue and did this without, like, official approval through the channels of the Epstein administration and their attempts to cover it up at every possible angle imaginable. So if those reports are true, if that's accurate, and she did this just willy-nilly, you know, on a whim, I bet the administration is fucking fuming over it. And now she calls for Congress to act, but Melania, get ready for the cold water. That call's coming from inside the house. You need look only in your bedside. Donald Trump is one of the main perpetrators of covering this shit up. His whole administration does everything in their power to bury it. So she is now mentioning the Epstein survivors directly, that's like Voldemort's name to this administration. They do not address the survivors, the victims of Epstein. So that was extremely surprising to hear her directly talk about it and how important it is to hear their testimony. I agree. We should be able to hear more from them and get more information about their experiences here and at least hear from them, which has been something this administration has been desperately trying to avoid, plugging their ears to it. I think she's right when it comes to that. Now, this wasn't the only thing she was addressing during this. The main thing is she was trying to set the record straight on her connection to Epstein and how they weren't close at all and all of these lies that have been spread about her being an Epstein victim or a close associate and pal are just a bunch of hooey, it's all hogwash. Which, again, comes out of nowhere because I hadn't heard those claims come up in months. This has been something the mainstream media has been radio silent on, crickets. So this just came out of nowhere and once again puts it right in people's noodle, brings it, right up front and center, which is great. I mean, actually, it's really wonderful that she decided to start talking about Epstein again in this way, because now, once again, it will remind people of the blatant corruption and the evil, the heinous acts that are being covered up here from this administration. It really is so wild because this was not being discussed all that openly. I do know now, as a result of this, that some email has been shared about her emailing with Epstein and Maxwell or something to that effect, which is something she also talks about in this, so I'm guessing that was probably the catalyst that made her want to do this. But it was something that people weren't really talking about until she brought it up. It's like if I go into a crowded theater and I say, all right, everyone, listen up. I just want to make it clear I did not shit my pants. And I don't want anyone here to think that I did. All right, now that that's out of the way, carry on. Just one of those things where it's like, hey, we weren't even really like thinking about that, but now that you've mentioned it, it makes us think that you might have doo-dooed. Like, did you poop your pants? I like, what's bringing this up here?
The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect. I do not object to their ignorance, but rather I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation. I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City and Palm Beach.
Just ignore the numerous photos of Melania with Trump and with Jeffrey Epstein and Maxwell. I mean, they're right there at your fingertips, but don't look them up. Clearly, she didn't have a relationship, a friendly relationship with Epstein and Maxwell. She just photographed with them multiple times, that's all, you know. I find it a little hard to believe that they weren't friends or close in some capacity. Jiminy Christmas, again, the director of her documentary that just came out is Brett Ratner, who is in the Epstein files. I imagine they probably met through Epstein. I mean, that's just a hunch. I don't know that for sure, but that's quite a coinky-dink, don't you think? Like, I feel like she doesn't do a good job of, like, actually convincing people that there's no, like, connection between her and Epstein and Maxwell, that they weren't really friends, because it flies in the face of what your eyes can see. The photos, the emails that just came out. Like, there's plenty of things to suggest they were friendly at the very least. Maybe she wasn't like an Epstein victim per se, but it does seem like she was a pal to Maxwell and Epstein.
To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell. My email reply to Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more than casual correspondence. My polite reply to her email doesn't amount to anything more than a trivial note. I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. I met my husband by chance at a New York City party in 1998. This initial encounter with my husband is documented in detail in my book, Melania.
Nice, big shout out for her book, that's huge. I'm surprised she also didn't make a mention of the documentary or her cryptocurrency Melania coin. This was a great opportunity for her to shout out the shitcoin, what the fuck? She missed a huge marketing opportunity, but at least she got to name drop the book, so everyone can go pick that puppy up. I know everyone's really biting at their nails, just salivating, waiting to get their hands on more Melania content, and luckily she addresses that while talking about Epstein. And I like how she uses that as evidence, like, nope, this can't be true about meeting Trump through Epstein, because if you read my book, I actually documented the first time we met. And you know you can't lie when writing a book. Like, it's 100% truthful. It's gotta be. It's a book. You can't make shit up there. Like, what the fuck? That's not evidence. I have no idea if she actually met Trump through Epstein or the parties there or whatever. I don't know. But it's not like this shuts anything down. Again, this only makes people think that there is a more deep connection here between Melania and Epstein than previously thought. Like, before, it was just rumors and, like, potential explanations and theories, but her coming forward once again just adds more fuel to that fire, because she doesn't actually really prove anything at all. She just once again reminds people of it. And I imagine a lot of people that were watching this didn't even know that Melania had so many photographs and stuff with Epstein and Maxwell, or had like the emails with Maxwell. Like, I bet this actually put it on people's radar. And like I said, this really did come out of nowhere, because it's not like Epstein was a huge topic at the moment. With everything else going on, pretty much no one was talking about Epstein until she brought it up here. Which, I mean, again, I think it's great that people are reminded of it because it's a huge fucking problem. It is extremely important, and there is still no justice even being pursued by this administration. So I am glad to see more people talking about it again. I am just really shocked to see how this happened. I would have never predicted something like this to go down here. And like I said at the beginning, she does have like a whole like minute and a half worth at the end of her press conference here dedicated to talking about how important it is and how Epstein wasn't working alone and how there still needs to be justice and that the survivors need to be heard. We need to get more information. That's huge. And that is correct. We do need that. So hopefully we can start moving in that direction. I mean, the First Lady has now just made a big press conference and it was brought up here. And it is very different than the official administration stance. So what happens now, I wonder? I'm just very curious to see what comes next because Donald Trump's wife has now just directly gone against what he says in regards to the Epstein files publicly. So I guess we'll see how it all shakes out. That's really about it. So yeah, I got a little something special to make you happy this Friday morning, so clear a little space in your room and get ready to bust out the old hot dog dance. You're going to be cutting the rug when you hear this. U.S. Supreme Court declines to hear dispute over copyrights for AI-generated material. That's right. They are not folding like origami here on this topic. There has already been a precedent set that you cannot copyright AI-generated work. And despite AI dweebs constantly trying to fight tooth and nail for copyright protections for their sludge and slop of AI art and that shit, the U.S. Supreme Court is saying, nuh-uh. No, this is dumb, this is barnacles, which is exactly what they should be doing. Under no circumstances should AI-generated work be eligible for copyright protection. That's such an outlandish notion. This can just put the smile on the face of even the biggest Grinch. Supreme Court declined on Monday to take up the issue of whether art generated by artificial intelligence can be copyrighted under U.S. law, turning away a case involving a computer scientist from Missouri who was denied a copyright for a piece of visual art made by his AI system. Plaintiff Stephen Thaler had appealed to the justices after lower courts upheld a U.S. Copyright Office decision that the AI-crafted visual art at issue in this case was ineligible for copyright protection because it did not have a human creator. Music to my ears. That is exactly right. Pin the tail on the donkey. That is the truth with some cheese on it. AI-generated shit like this, these AI hemorrhoids, are not actual human creations at all. It isn't something that should be copyrightable, especially because what gets generated is based off of other people's work, already existing works. It's just derivative of that, what it was trained on. So I am happy to see that common sense is prevailing here in this case. And also, I've seen some people bemoaning this decision here about like how this is so bad for AI artists. Won't someone think of the struggling AI artists? And it's interesting because one of the core arguments I've seen from that community is that IP is a scam. No one should own IP. It should be freely and readily accessible to everyone to steal and iterate on. And yet, then they turn around and try and copyright their own AI trash, their own AI IP, so they can keep it under lock and key. Goddamn hypocrites. It's ridiculous. Also, that whole argument is stupid in the first place. If there was no such thing as IP, then you know who benefits? It's not the little guy. It's not like the average Joe Schmo. It's the big corporations. They can just take all of your shit and pump out endless content far better than any normal person ever could. So while there definitely are some very real problems with current IP law, the whole idea of IP is sensible and necessary because if it didn't exist, what stops Disney from just going online and just taking everyone's shit, right? Like, let's say they stumble across Godslap, our comic book IP, as well as upcoming animated feature film. They could easily just be like, okay, well, we'll just go ahead and take that and we'll beat Charles and his team to it. What takes them years will take us months and we'll just start making tons of money off Godslap. Fuck them. And if there's no such thing as IP, what am I going to do? They could just biblically smack me down. But because there are protections in place, I could absolutely blast those cheeks in a court of law about the violations there. So there is a real merit to IP existing. Yes, there are problems, but it is a necessary thing, because if it didn't exist, the people that benefit are not you, me, or any other person. It's companies that would benefit from just taking your shit and capitalizing off it, and you get in return nothing, absolutely nothing. So it's a brain-dead argument from a brain-dead community of AI jingling keys enthusiasts that clearly don't fucking think for themselves anymore. They just ask Grok to do it for them. It's so degenerate and so cringe, and I love seeing news like this where there's a bit of a reality check there. And yet they still can't have that come to Jesus moment about, maybe we're the fucking idiots. Maybe we're the ones that aren't activating neurons. Anyway, though, to go back to dancing in this guy's tears, a federal judge in Washington upheld the office's decision in the Thaler case in 2023, writing that human authorship is a bedrock requirement of copyright. And the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia affirmed the ruling in 2025. Thaler's lawyers told the Supreme Court in a filing that his case was of paramount importance considering the rapid rise of generative AI. Oh yeah, I'm sure this is a big life or death moment here. This case we're going to be talking about for eons to come, no doubt. About this one fucking stupid asshole's dumb AI. She's off. She just stands there and basically like goes into low power mode and just stands there smiling at the door for like 8 hours, and she's pissed herself. She's shit all over the floor, covered in vomit and stuff. Like, it does just get weird and uncomfortable and unnerving. And I think that really helps sell the unpredictability of each scene as they're building all of this tension. Because you don't know if it's going to go in like a comedic direction where like at a party she has to do something for a drinking game and it ends with her reading a really odd passage from a book that she's working on and everyone's all weirded out. She's completely ruined the whole vibe of the party. And then she just goes into like wacky maniacal laughter. Just joking. No, I'm joking about joking. So what if I'm fucking serious? Like that kind of thing. And it's not afraid to like slow burn these scenes. This is a horror film that actually does a good job of being scary and frightening without just using like the standard like demon jump scare or something like that. Like again, there are jump scares, but at the end of the day, this is still a human being that you're watching. At no point does she like transform into some kind of like, monster creature or anything like that. It's not even like very violent or gory. There is some violence and gore in there, but it very, very seldom. It really is impressive just how effective it is at making you like, I don't know, kind of tense up just by having a scene with a bunch of darkness in there and she's talking in the darkness. Like, there's a lot of scenes where they're showing her where you can't even really make out her face. So then you are sitting there trying to, like, figure out what facial expression she's even making. And it's really effective. Like, I have, like, no complaints about this film whatsoever. They also do a good job of making you not exactly the biggest fan of the main guy either. Because what he's done is fucked up. And even after he starts to piece it together that wish that he made on basically a fucking toy turns out to be real, he kind of just like, okay, so what if it's not real? I still get to have sex with her. So he's taking advantage of this. And one of his friends is like, hey man, it really seems like you're taking advantage of her and she's going through like a psychotic episode. So like, it does a good job of like actually making you kind of root against the main character as well. Like everything this film tries to do, I think it does extremely well. I was blown away by how much I was enjoying this film. And like I said, it is self-aware. So when it is giving you like those cringe moments being very on the nose or giving you like really wacky over-the-top scenes of this, like stalker type behavior and like, crying like, oh, why don't you love me? That kind of thing. Or like even just something really over the top, like you cooked my cat, that kind of stuff. All of it works. All of it flows so well in this film. And I think a big part of that falls onto just how great the acting was. The performances really did complement it amazingly. Like I said, no complaints about this film. So far, it is my favorite film of the year. There are some heavy hitters coming out in the next few months, and especially towards the end of the year with the Dune 3, so I guess we'll see if it stays my favorite movie of the year, but man, this was very strong. I am so pleasantly surprised by how good this movie was. Man, I just keep reflecting on some of the scenes. I'm avoiding spoilers for the most part in this one. I'm giving you just more broad strokes about this, and I know I usually dive into spoilers, but for this one I'm going to make a special exception because I really think that this is something pretty special here. Again, and it uses a concept that I don't think is special or unique, like the wish gone wrong type thing. We've seen that explored millions of times, just not like this. And I would even go a step further and say that even some of the story beats that it hits, I've seen before in other films. It's not that unique, but it's the way that they get there and the way that they build it and the way that they shoot it, the way that they use lighting here and the way that they convey it, especially through the performance of the lead actress, is unique. Something that I think is very special to this film. It is extremely rare. I can't even really think of more than a couple of films ever that have made me feel secondhand embarrassment. And I mean that as a compliment because that's what it was going for in those scenes. It's supposed to make you uncomfortable. I do not get uncomfortable with movies or horror games or anything like that usually. It's very, very rare. But this film was able to pull that off. It actually does such a good job at what it set out to do with each of its scenes, with the tension or the cringe. I really am impressed. Again, so far my favorite film of the year. I highly recommend checking it out if you like horror movies at all. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Generated piece of art of train tracks going to a portal. Yeah, I'm sure this is the one of paramount importance. Oh my god, it's so cringe. With the refusal by the court to hear the appeal, Thaler's lawyer said, even if it later overturns the Copyright Office's test in another case, it will be too late. The Copyright Office will have irreversibly and negatively impacted AI development and use in the creative industry during critically important years. Stop, no! I can only come so hard. I can only handle so much good news all at once. Oh, that just sounds so wonderful. Smooth silk in my ears. Although the Copyright Act does not define the term author, multiple provisions of the Act make clear that the term refers to a human rather than a machine, the administration said. The Supreme Court previously rejected Thaler's request to hear his argument in a separate case involving prototypes for a beverage holder and a light beacon concerning whether AI-generated inventions should be eligible for U.S. patent protections. This guy just sucks. What a loser. His patent applications were rejected by the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office on similar grounds. You don't say! This guy just keeps hawking anything AI generated and taking it to Big Daddy government. Hey guys, can we get some patents and protections for this trash, please? Oh, come on. AI worked so hard on it. I'm a prompt engineer. Think about me. Please copyright it. Please. The desperation is like a tasty treat here. This guy wants copyright protection for his AI-generated trash, yet believes that it's totally fine to take from other real human beings' work in order to make his shit. So it's like, okay, I can steal from you, but if anyone tries to take my train tracks to a portal, it's getting pugilistic, okay? Government, back me up, please. What do you mean, no? This really is such a good thing, because Let's think about this at scale, even outside of this dumbass's train track AI piece. Companies that, replace their entire creative workforce with AI down the line. Well, assuming these rulings continue to be upheld, it's going to mean that their output won't be protected by copyright anymore because it will not be human created, right? That would be the implication. They've set the precedent that it must be a human author, and just simply typing sentences to have AI, a machine, do it all for you doesn't count. So, when you have Coca-Cola, for example, that's become addicted to AI slop with all of their AI commercials, when you have them putting out these fully AI-generated commercials, they don't actually own any of that, it seems. That would be the understanding, that what they are spitting out from AI is not copyrightable. So those are completely nothing. They don't own shit. Someone who develops a shitty game in Roblox owns more IP than Coke does of that commercial that they've just put out there. Which makes sense because, again, humans didn't create it. There's nothing real in there from an actual human that made that, other than the sentences, which don't count because it is a machine that does it all for you. So, maybe this could even serve as a deterrent from these fucking vampiric corporations that are just doing their best to ham-fist AI into every single aspect of their companies to replace as many people as possible. Maybe they would think twice, because as it all goes fully AI, they no longer have copyright protections on what gets farted out from it. So, who knows? But anyway, I just wanted to celebrate this because this is a very positive development here. I think this is absolutely the right choice, and hopefully it never wavers. I hope they don't falter on this stance, because they are correct. Copyrightable work should be reserved exclusively for human-created work, not AI drivel. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, the last couple sentences are cinema. So Mary Kay Jacobs spends this whole article just dabbling around in nothing Burgerville, and then ends it by saying, "It is unclear if he still remains in the home. The Post has reached out to Parsons for comment." So she's made a whole article about, this is his home, this is where he's living with his parents, and then giving a little background on their relationship and the history there. And then ends it by saying, also, we don't know if he actually still lives in this home. We had to reach out to him for comment, but haven't heard back. Pardon? So you made a whole article doxing this home, saying this is where he lives, and then you say, well, we don't actually know if this is where he lives, by the way. What a journey. What an adventure you've taken us on here, Mary. The New York Post has the hard-hitting stuff, I tell you what. Thought-provoking. Also, why are you reaching out to him for a comment on if he still lives in the house that they have now just doxed? Hey, Kane. So Mary over here, our superstar, yeah, she posted your home, or what she believed to be your home, the 450K unassuming California home, as well as the house number on it, by the way. She posted that publicly, and we just want to confirm, you do still live there, right? We doxed the right home, or should we keep looking? All right, great. Can't wait to hear back from you. Give me a buzz. Why, anyway, here's what the rest of the dog shit looks like. It's a few sentences they took from Kane's Wikipedia to give a bit of background. Then they go in to say how he still lives in the modest 4-bedroom home according to property records, and then says how different that is, how odd and wacky, because that's stark contrast to the lavish estates typically associated with Hollywood success. Man, New York Post, whoa, you're really cooking there. That is so different. Let's dox him. That'll teach him to be different. Oh, you want to live in a modest home? Not on New York Post watch. We're scooting in sideways, taking photos of it and posting it online. Hope you enjoy. Maybe that'll teach you. This is another fun thing that the New York Post has plastered in their article here. This Backrooms poster. And I think this speaks volumes to the level of journalistic integrity that this organization has. They didn't even bother to check if this is a real poster. It's not. This is not even a real poster. But underneath it, they don't even try and explain oh, this is a fan-made thing or whatever. They then just go back into saying the unassuming Northern California home stands in sharp contrast, just repeating a sentence from earlier. I think the AI bugged out there for a second. Mary Kay Jacobs' prompt must have got a little wonky. But that isn't even a real poster of the Backrooms. That's an image that was fan-made, or at least speculated fan-made, long ago. It was on the IMDb for a little bit, which is where it comes from. But if you type in Backrooms poster, it'll be one of the first couple of things that pop up. But if you click on it, you'll learn that it's not an official poster. It's never been an official poster. So the New York Post couldn't even do the bare minimum of just grabbing a real poster for it. Instead, they use a fake one in their own article. And the rest of the article is spent going over the marital status of Kane's parents, deep diving into them, giving their full names and everything, and talking about them. So now they're caught in the New York Post crosshairs, just for nothing. This article does nothing except just dox him. Wow, New York Post, real incredible stuff there. It's just such a piece of shit, and it's not exclusive to the New York Post. There's so many tabloids just like this. They're just the most egregious. And it's not even just tabloids either. So many of these legacy journalistic outlets have really just gone down the shitter. There still are some, hard-hitting pieces of journalism that do come out, but it's few and far between now. A lot of it's just this constant battle for clicks by any means necessary. So just blatant rage bait, or just incorrect shit, or underhanded, bizarre shit like New York Post does. It's just such a mess. I wanted to yap about the New York Post one, though, because A, they suck, and B, this was a weird, ridiculous decision they made here to just dox Kane and his family. Allegedly. They're not even sure if they doxed them properly, because at the very end they say, well, we don't actually know if he still lives there. We just went by the property records. We were stalking him. And we think he's probably here, so bang, let's dox it. It sucks. Anyway, just want to yap about it. That's it. See ya.
Round two.
This one's just a little quick one. This one's kind of just like a little hors d'oeuvre for you here of a fight for Pokemon cards. I don't know what led to it. I don't have a whole lot of context, but there was a scuffle that broke out apparently over Pokemon cards, and it ends with that guy getting him in like a headlock there, and the cameraman saying round two. So I don't know if this is like the second time like that they've tussled like in that afternoon, or if this is a thing that keeps happening between these two guys. They keep meeting up here and squaring off over Pokemon cards. Either way, it's pathetic.
This isn't guys. Stop. Guys. Oh yeah. Stop. Stop holding. We're not fucking doing that here.
What do you mean they can't do that here? You sell Pokemon cards at this establishment, right? It's a fight club, fundamentally, then. This is exactly where you go to exchange some knuckle sandwiches. Now, according to the Poke Street's description here, it's not known what exactly caused this altercation between these two gentlemen, but I think we can make an educated guess based on the ambiance of the card shop. Pokemon seems to be a pretty integral piece of its identity. I would say it was likely something to do with some Pokemon cards. Just a hunch. This one gets kind of wild, though. This one, there are some blows that are connecting. They are swinging on each other. It does get a bit bloody. This one's one of the more brutal fights I've seen over Pokemon cards, outside of the guy that got stabbed over Pokemon cards a few months back.
Guys, stop! This isn't needed. Yo, guys. What the fuck?
Johnny.
Come on,
bro. You little bitch. Stop on camera.
Stop.
I'm gonna sue.
You're gonna get sued.
You the one over here going crazy.
Why are you fucking swinging on him? If you don't want any altercation,
Swinging? What
just
swing,
fight
bro?
you.
Oh, whatever. I'm getting him off him.
Yo, chill out, guys.
The guy who's pushing the other one like it's a weight sled is now leaking a little bit. His nose has been popped. His snoot got booped there. So he's now dripping blood all over the floor of the card shop here. And the guy who's pushing him back and eating punches like it's a bowl of cereal is threatening to sue him. He makes that threat multiple times. I'm not a lawyer, but I feel like you'd have a really hard time winning that case when it seems like he is also aggressively pursuing this confrontation. And according to the comments, he may have even been the aggressor in the beginning too. Again, it's not entirely confirmed or not, but I think you'd have a really hard time winning that lawsuit there. He'd have to really fucking get Saul on the horn.
Bro, I don't care. Oh, this is gonna be so good for me.
Guys! Stop! Guys! Stop this!
Bro, your life.
Guys, come on! Guys, come on!
You're fucked.
Guys! We don't need any of this.
Andrew, chill. Your life is so fucked.
Chill.
You're like that?
Stop.
Andrew, you don't know me, dog.
Stop. Stop. Yo.
Get your stuff.
Yo, we don't need any of this going on, guys. What the fuck?
Like a dog chasing the mailman, this guy who is actively still bleeding cannot stop chasing the other guy around the store. The other guy seems to be trying to disengage with this now. He's like, all right, look, enough is enough. We've been pugilistic for far too long. Let's let bygones be bygones. He's like trying to get away from it, and the other guy just keeps saying, your life is fucked. You don't know me. He's still threatening like the lawsuit angle, and then gets pushed onto this table. He just keeps trying to go up to him. So like I said, I feel like he'd have a really hard time with that lawsuit, because it's not like he is trying to get away from it. The other guy's disengaging, and the guy who's threatening the lawsuit just keeps chasing him down for more action.
Yo! What the fuck?
Bro, I'm telling you. back, bro. He's the one that's wrong, bro.
Oh, yeah?
You gotta get him off.
You gotta get him off him.
He's the one attacking me, bro. Guys,
Keep attacking him.
head out, dude. Head out. Let's go, Johnny. Go.
Bro, what the fuck?
Go, Johnny.
Finally, they separate them again, and the guy immediately tries to go outside, but then is still followed by Lawsuit Larry over here, who now is following him outside to continue the altercation further. That's where the footage cuts off, so I don't know what happened next. I'm assuming they continued the tussle out there, which, you know, I guess that's a little more civilized. They at least took it outside there, taking it out of the card shop. All over some Pokemon cards. Well, most likely. We don't know for sure what was the catalyst, but I really think we can make a good guess here. Just look at the spot. It is a card shop that clearly has a strong Pokemon presence. They're both, I think, in the Pokemon card collecting or scalping community. I think it probably stemmed from that. Anyway, though, just wanted to show you some of the more recent Pokemon card fights. The hobby is not improving at all. It is still being completely fucking destroyed by scalpers, and it's just a disaster. That's really about it. So, yeah. Feels like it's been a while since the last time I covered a good old-fashioned Walmart weirdo, and I got quite a specimen for you today. It's a gentle sir who's going ballistic because, as I understand it, he was upset that there wasn't 3 managers in his section to complain to. I guess he really wanted to, like, run the gauntlet, like, wagging his finger at a manager. Customer's always right. You should know that, or something. Like he's going, like a sports player coming out of the tunnel giving everyone high fives. He wanted to go through and just give a bunch of fucking complaints to a ton of Walmart managers, I guess. And since they weren't there, he instead took his anger out on one of the employees. And apparently, the woman that was filming tried to interject to get him to calm down, which only fanned his flames of anger even more.
You want to call me a dumb bitch again?
Dumb bitch? Fuck you.
So
I'm recording him for.
Let me tell you what I've accomplished.
Do you have a son?
I don't have any children. I haven't found a capable mate.
Oh, that makes a lot of
It
sense.
sure as hell does make a lot of sense.
That makes.
Turned into like a pseudo-therapy session there for a moment. This guy just came over and just trauma dumped briefly. So she asked, do you have a son? I imagine she was going to ask, do you teach him to treat people this way? But he immediately took that question on the chin saying, no, I haven't found a capable mate. So he's like, he comes over here, yeah, I'm mateless, what about it? No mates? Is what it is, I guess. And then he even says, like, yeah, it does make a lot of sense, actually, why no woman would want to be around me. I get it. Yeah, you know what? That does sound about par for the course. I'm over here just fucking spitting and shitting in a Walmart because there's not enough managers for me to be yelling at. Also, just the sassy way he says it sounds like a child during a temper tantrum. No, I haven't found a capable mate. Oh, man, it's pretty fucking pathetic. Anyway, though, he comes over after calling her a dumb bitch and then saying, fuck you. He marches over. He gets his phone out to start recording, which is a pretty common power move that dumb assholes like this try when they're getting, like, called out on something and then they try and, like, go into their defense mechanism of also recording. Like, I can do it too. Look at this. So now he's recording her because he deludes himself into thinking that people will be on his side if they have his perspective from his camera. So after blowing up on a Walmart employee and then calling this stranger a dumb bitch and then saying, like, he hasn't found a capable mate, there's no woman on this planet capable of handling my seed. I'm a victim of my own masculinity. I'm too much of a man, and women can't handle it. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense why no woman wants to be around me. That I do get. Time to start recording now. Now it's time. I win. Here's my checkmate move.
A lot of sense.
Tell me about your accomplishments
You can't
today,
talk
ma'am.
to women
I
the
can
way you
talk to them
talk
however
to
I
them.
want.
No,
You don't even know
can't.
what I was
It's
saying to them.
disrespectful. Look
You're
at you
standing up-
speaking to me. You're a large man.
You involved
and I'm
yourself
a
in
small
something that's
female.
not it's not your business.
It's my business to protect other
No, it
women
isn't.
from
It's not.
abusive
I
assholes
wasn't
like
abusing
you.
them. You have nothing. You have no idea what
It's
I was even
verbal
saying to
abuse.
them. No, you just wanted
It's
to get
verbal
involved.
abuse, and if I'm a woman
The
and you're verbally
only
abusing a
one
woman,
of- the
I
only
will
one
stand
that-
between you and them every time.
And do what? Do you want to talk about it outside? And I'm going to stand between them. You want to go outside and talk about it, stupid?
So here she's kind of laying the foundation for what led to all this. He was being rude to an employee, she stepped in, and then all of this started blowing up. And now Tough Guy here's like, so what are you going to do about it, huh? You want to take it outside? He must have analyzed the surrounding area documentary about this one. The documentary slaps, by the way. I'm going to show you a little piece of this from the grand finals because holy, this series was a roller coaster. Game 1 got me real nervous. They put the stink on us in Game 1, unfortunately.
First battle against Formal. They knew exactly where Formal was, and they have continued to rack up the kills since.
Cycle now will be last alive. Optic Gaming, fresh 4 dead from Shopify. Formal will hold the ball. He will watch his teammates do the heavy lifting. And Optic Gaming will take game number 1 here at our grand finals.
3 dead for Shopify. Optic Gaming heating up here.
Shopify focusing on the spawners, but Frosty just felt there was something up. Optic need to put runs together now. Trading will only mean Shopify closing this game out quicker. Ooh. Switches to the Bandit, should be able to clean that up. This kill onto Bound, it's a killing spree for him.
After trailing, they're now 2 kills away from closing out the game. Here comes the push.
Formal might be the 49th, 50th! Shopify tie things up, it's 1-1.
That game 2 was a different story right there. They came in there and farted in them. It was beautiful. The boys started coming alive and they were starting to feel it.
There he kills Renegade, who had that sniper rifle. Doesn't go for it. Does the damage onto Legend and now pushes forward to find himself a double kill. Shopify will take this first hill unless something magical happens. Optic are going to stop Shopify Rebellion from scoring. Ooh, that's Royal too. And Frosty is buying time, gets the trade in that position somehow or other. All of the players are falling. Frosty last alive. I don't think he's going to be able to get near that hill. He's cut down, and it looks like Optic might have done enough. And they will go ahead in the series. They're up 2-1.
Just when you thought Shopify was finding some footing, finding momentum after that second hill.
Spots out Bound. Oh! Deletes Bound with a backspace. Shopify cap.
That's a big trade for Formal, however, still a man advantage. It's a 2v1 on the map right now as the flag will continue running through Rat.
I don't know if Optic can stop this one. I don't know if there's anyone in position. I think this is going to be it. Renegade the last hope, and the G-Slide is there, but it's not going to be capped just yet.
Does not get it. Here comes Cycle, though. He will be there, and yes, Shopify Rebellion will get the flag and tie up the series 2-2. Royal 2 tries to make something happen for Blue Pipes, but cannot, and now he just needs to stay alive.
He's out. Nades fly into tower from Shopify Rebellion. They get the pick, and most importantly, it's the pick on the shock rifle player. Last shot with the double, last shot with the shock rifle.
2 dead, but Optic's still in the lead here. It's all about this camo bottom middle.
Oh, he's sending it. Last shot with the slide.
Now 48-46, 2 kills away.
Last shot gets the pick. Royal 2, there's one. Shopify close out. Shopify 1 map away.
Best of 7 keeps me sweating. Squad is looking so strong here. Lot of momentum, but then game 6 gets rocky.
All right then, Salt Lake City, this could be the final game of our grand finals. The final game of the event. Frosty wins that battle. 2 dead on either side at the moment, although Shopify have that spawner just coming up in time. 4 dead. The fuse is lit again. They're up by 2. Spots out Legend.
Not over.
And Frosty connects. Gets popped up. Frosty starts to march that bomb towards the base. Royal 2 also in position with his sniper rifle, but Renegade picks up one on last shot. Like you say, Cycle also falls in this push.
Cycle and last shot fall. This is falling apart for Shopify Rebellion, and what a counter from Optic Gaming.
Frosty in 1v1 with Legend. Legend gonna win it. Cycle collects his sniper rifle though and keeps the pressure on. 10 seconds left in this game. Bomb is set around 5 seconds left in the game. Shopify can't do anything about it. And ladies and gentlemen, Optic will win it!
Before showing you the exhilarating Game 7, I do want to say, I know how a lot of people feel about Halo in the current era, about it not being the juggernaut that it once was. I understand. But I need you to trust me when I say the esports side of Halo is a totally different beast. Halo professionally hasn't been this good since the OG MLG days. I'm talking back in the straight Rippin era, the Walshy era. I think the Halo we're seeing over the last 6 to 8 months is up there with some of the greats from back in the day. It has been so fucking fun to watch. Even before we merged with Shopify and had this Halo team, I was still watching these tournaments because they are just so good.
We're tied up at 3-3. Renegade has that green gun. There's a player behind him in the chimney. Did he get the stick? Shield's broken again.
Wasting ammo and playing it, just taking absolutely 0 risks. Also has the QT. He can QT right out if he needs to, but the shots are so good that he doesn't need to just yet. Gets some extra damage as well, but looks like should be flushed out. No! He's all over the map.
He's putting the QT to use, and he spotted out the camo here. He knows it's here somewhere. Legend has no idea. Last shot picks off camo. QT's back.
24-28, they're down by 4. Last shot with camo.
2 dead. For Optic Gaming, Royal 2's chasing down members of Optic at the back of the tower. It's 4 dead. It's 4 dead for Optic. It's a 1-kill game.
Last shot plays it perfectly, doesn't try to get too crafty, doesn't try to get too aggressive with the camo, instead just plays the advantage, gets the damage that he needs, and also catches Renegade off guard.
1 bullet for Frosty. Success for Shopify a lot of the time is in this man's hands. He can't win the fight against Renegade though. Shopify making a play though. They're swarming on the big door. Cycle managed to get 1 kill. Renegade! Renegade! If he goes down there, this game looks so different. He is tied up at 40-40.
Frosty can't peek. They keep Frosty off of dummy door. Very nicely done. They take the lead on Shopify.
Royal 2 has a flank. Sniper rifle coming up as well. Still the 1 kill between the 2 teams. Legend versus Royal 2. And Legend was last alive. It's 45-43.
Where's that snipe go? Where does that snipe go? It's in the hands of Frosty. Will he hit the shots to take this team home and their first ever Halo Infinite win?
Royal 2 picks off bound. Shopify inching closer. 2 kills to go with 2 members of Optic in the death screen. The sniper rifle in the hands of a man who has lifted so many trophies throughout his career.
Found his way out at green. Let's see if they can splat him out.
Cypher finds 1. 1 kill to go. Frosty with this snipe. Optic with barely any hope at this point.
No room for error on Optic. Knows it. That's gonna be it.
It's Cycle. And what a story has got its conclusion. Cycle, the youngster, the new blood, gets the final kill to push Shopify Rebellion through a grueler of a grand finals.
I'm so happy for this squad, man. They super deserve it. Last Shot, Cycle, Royal 2, Frosty, and Nick Bestman, they have worked so hard for this, and it is such a joy to see them finally hoist that trophy. They are the best team in the world in my eyes. I am so fucking proud of them, and I can't wait to get a replica of that trophy. They get to keep the real ones, of course, but down here in the swamp, we get the bootleg version. We make the replicas, we fucking moonshine it, and I can't wait to add it to our trophy wall, put it in the collection. And this also wasn't the last tournament we won this week. We also won the Rocket League North American Last Chance Qualifier, which means our Rocket League team is now in the World Championship.
Relax, let's relax. Watch the 50s. Oh, hell nah. Wavy, this has to be you. What a save. 2-piece with 0 boost. Wavy has to be you again. Reynolds, great cut off the demo of the respawn. 4 seconds. Let's end this 3-1. Come on now.
The game 1 victory here for Shopify Rebellion.
That one hitting the ground. Rebellion with a statement. It still got that dog in him, right? Even though he's got the mech.
What a bump from Reynolds. What a shot as well. What placement. Look at Hoxer backwards on the crossbar. Look at the pop up. Great pop. Wavy, slot it. Great pass back, free for 2-piece. This has been the best game I've ever seen us play without scoring. Keep it up. Keep it in. He's got 35. We've all got the boost. Oh no. Dude, Wavy! This is still a shot! That's okay. Good patience. Well done, 2-peak. Reynolds has boost. 2-peak, you cross and go crazy. Anyone there? Anyone there? Shoot! Shoot! Yes, Wavy! Come on!
The overtime winner!
These clips are from CJ's watch party of the event. His watch parties are so fucking hype, but he was playing some copyrighted music, so I can't let the audio play here during the clips, which is why now I'm yapping over it, just giving you a heads up.
We've seen crazy things happen. I saw crazy things happen in Raleigh, and the fake kickoff! It blows up to be able to make a major, but then gets
Stuff the majors! We're at Worlds, ladies and gentlemen!
As Gen G or Wavy, who was brought in.
We're at Worlds!
To get this job done. Wavy, who has been...
Wavy, Reynolds, and 2-piece pulled it off. A lot of people did not expect Shopify Rebellion to make this run. It was a fucking gauntlet getting here. And they came through and stomped in grand finals. It was beautiful, and now they get to go to the World Championship stage and hopefully make magic happen all over again, baby, and hoist the biggest trophy in Rocket League. That would be exhilarating. It really has just been an incredible week here for our teams, and I'm so proud of them and super happy about it. I hope we continue to flood the esports space with W's from our teams. It's been amazing, and I just wanted to showcase some of these big wins here since I didn't watch party them. I'm going to watch party the next ones, and hopefully all of these W's have fully undone the curse. Fingers crossed. I'm hoping the curse is broken. That's really about it. See ya. I recognize this isn't a new phenomenon with grown adults stealing items from children at sporting events, but I would make the argument that it's becoming more and more common now. Maybe all those 5G towers really did take a toll on some people's brains here, because it is crazy how often I am seeing footage of these grown-ass adults just stealing candy from babies, like literally at these sporting events. I just learned about another one from last week at a Chiefs game where Patrick Mahomes was giving his headband to a 10-year-old who was actually there celebrating his birthday, apparently. And as Patrick Mahomes is giving the headband to the kid, this woman comes over, snatches it out of his hands, and then runs away, gets called out on it, and then makes the dumbest fucking TikTok video about it I've ever seen. But first, let me show you the evidence here that she stole it. I think that's pretty obvious. There's other angles that show it even more clearly. I don't think it's necessary. I think that's pretty cut and dry there. But she then made a TikTok video after people were giving her shit for it.
To make something straight, I did not steal a headband from a little kid.
Yes, an excellent job cropping this photo to try and prove your innocence here. This would fool even the most seasoned of forensic experts, I would say. Irrefutable proof that she was the intended target, which you can tell because she's nowhere to be seen. In her own evidence here, you can see that she is reaching out in front of the child to take it from him. Like, come on, this is unreal. Also, she was dressed in Giants accoutrements. She was a Giants fan. I don't think Patrick Mahomes was intending to give you the headband. He didn't even register your presence there. This is so ridiculous. Oh my god, my voice is cracking. It's so absurd.
I just need to explain myself because everyone's having heart failure over this. You just need to understand, I'm at a football game. Last 2 minutes of the game, I allowed many people to come and sit down next to me or stand up or whatever you want to say. But I paid for my damn tickets. I paid. Well, Michael paid. All the same money. We paid for our tickets. It was 2 rows back. I went all the way in the front. People were coming from all over, probably the nosebleeds.
This is a masterclass in how to become even more unlikable in a situation I thought it was impossible to be more hated. People already don't like her because she clearly steals from a child, and now in her response she gives people even more things to dislike her for. She's talking about how she allowed people into her area after she paid for those tickets to be there. Well, Michael paid, but it's her money too, obviously. In fact, it's mostly her money, really, I would argue. Lady, the game is over. That is now moot. You can go wherever you want in that area. You don't own it. But she's talking about it as if it's her fucking stadium. And being the benevolent saint she is, the angel, she allowed them with her grace to be in this vicinity with her. That's crazy. That is actually crazy, the delusion. And she even says she was 2 rows back, so she also went up. But then she's like, talking about how, like, these people came from everywhere. Probably the fucking nosebleeds or something. Those plebeians, these heathens, invaded my space.
I don't know if that kid was from the nosebleeds. I don't know if those were his seats or whatever. But people were saying, could we come and sit over there, stand over there? And I was saying, yeah, sure, whatever. Last 2 minutes of the game, they were all KC fans because the Giants lost, so all the Giants fans left. But I wanted to stay there and see if anyone's going to come down. Michael stood 2 rows behind me. Couldn't have even seen me because so many people were around standing up.
Who gives a fuck? It doesn't matter here in what happened. The game was over. You can now move around freely. If you were letting people in around you, that's so nice. What a superstar you are. Oh my goodness, that's the sweetest thing I've ever heard. But it also has nothing to do with you stealing the headband intended for a 10-year-old.
At the ending of the game, the KC players was coming. Not gonna lie, what's his face? McDuff, I think his name is, came right to me to give me his gloves. But I was looking behind him and was looking at Mahomes, and I was screaming Mahomes, Mahomes, he got mad. He like sort of got upset. Looked at me and said, "I'm not Mahomes." So he gave the gloves to the next door little girl next to me. She started crying. I felt bad for her, and I was rubbing her back. I said, "Are you okay? Don't worry about it, baby girl. They're just people. Don't cry."
I don't even know what that means. What kind of yappuccino are you serving up here? What the fuck? Jiminy Christmas? What? What the hell is even that? What are you even... Huh? What are you blabbering about? So, there are pieces to this puzzle I don't think are going to fit together. Like, following the breadcrumbs that she's sprinkling out here, she's farting out a poop that I just don't understand. So she's saying she was screaming Mahomes, Mahomes. Turns out it wasn't Mahomes, it was McDuff. I think she means McDuffie, would be my guess. She can't even bother to get the player's name right. Also, side note, she's a Giants fan. Why does she even want Chiefs gear? I imagine she just wants to resell it. That'd be my hunch. But anyway, so apparently McDuffie got upset, like, I'm not Mahomes, and then gave his...
DGC. They give out these promo cards, and they're limited, so there's a small resale value, probably $5, though the sum, graded, authenticated with autographs, can sell for hundreds or thousands of dollars.
That is a liar, liar, plants for hire moment right there. AGS, by no metric, no stretch of the imagination, not even your wettest pipe dream, is the third biggest card grading service by volume or by fantasy and imagination either. When you look up all of the grading companies ranked by volume, almost nobody even bothers to include AGS because their volume is significantly lower than the big five, or I've seen it go as far to like 8 grading services, and AGS doesn't even break into that. Their volume is just not anywhere near what Jason Page is saying, where it's the third largest. There's no one on the planet that thinks that. Nobody at AGS probably thinks that either, because it is just provably false. So I don't know why he's I know why he's trying to say that, so it sounds better. Like, oh no, this is very prestigious. This is AGS 10, an AGS custom card. But it's just not true. No matter how you spin it, AGS is not one of the biggest players in the card grading space. And when you look into them, every source talks about how they are a much smaller and newer addition to the hobby. I actually didn't even know anything about AGS until Jason Page mentioned it, and I'm someone who's very deep in the card collecting hobby. Granted, I fucking hate card grading. I think it's a complete scam, but I'm not going to sit here and rant and rave about it. But yeah, AGS is not what he's hyping it up to be and glazing it in that way. That's very misleading, and it is just not accurate. And also, I think it's very weird that AGS graded their own custom card that Jason Page signed as a 10. That feels already very odd, because another big thing about card grading is that it also is card authentication, so you know you're getting something real, something genuine. But here, it's not an official real Pokemon card. It's a custom one of their own company that has a 10 on it. I feel like you don't need to think too hard. Only a few neurons need to be activated here to deduce why this might come across as a little shady.
The custom promo AGS card that I had previously autographed and inscribed, which are two different things. Here is my price list. I post this at all of the shows for the past 3 years. This is what it's been. At the top here is the base price of the 2 versions of my signature. The one on the AGS card was the $100 full autograph.
Enhance! I couldn't believe these prices when I saw them. I am not a convention goer. I've only been to like 2 ever. So I've never done like meet and greets or paid for like, you know, a celebrity autograph or a photo or anything. So I don't know what normal prices are. These feel outrageous to me. So if you look here, his regular signature is $50 and it's his fucking initials basically. But if you want his full name, like his full signature, it's $100. It's double the price to do his full name versus his initials. And it goes all the way to a premium item upcharge of plus $150 for it. If you want it in 2 colors, it's like these prices, they had my jaw on the floor. I don't know if this is standard practice, but what the fuck? I was always under the assumption that at these conventions, at the meet and greets, you pay for an autograph or a photo or both. I didn't know it got so deep into the nitty-gritty nickel and diming where you can pay for initials or you can pay double for a full signature. And it's not like it was cheap for the initials either. It's $50. And then going all the way up to like $150 upcharge for the item that you have him sign. It feels extremely high. That is what I want to say about that.
There was an inscription from me on that card, which I charged $25 for. After I signed it, the card was then graded by AGS. The service itself costs about $18 plus shipping. People spend money on grading because it adds significant value to a card. So $5 card, $125 autograph and inscription, $18 grading costs. We're at $148 plus whatever the shipping costs might be for you. It was graded a 10 out of 10. The higher the grade, the higher the value, which gives it a more inherent value to a collector. But let's just stick with the pure costs that were calculated. About $150 total costs.
Yeah, I suppose you can break it down that way, but I don't think that's really a good way of doing it because your signature is the main bulk of that value, and you have assigned that value yourself. So you could say tomorrow, I'm raising my cost here. All of a sudden, that's a $3,000 card now because that's what I'm charging to do my whole name versus my initials. Like, it's just, you are arbitrarily assigning that value to it from your own prices on your signature. So I don't think that's really like the best way of doing that. No, here actually it was a really good trade and I was really looking out for him because I charged so much for my fucking signature. It doesn't seem that strong. Because that card, to someone who doesn't really care about autographs, doesn't have that inherent 120 plus value because your name's slapped on it. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's a great way of breaking it down, but you can. I just personally wouldn't put a whole lot of water in it. Now, his next section, I actually think he does a good job of talking about the Gengar that the kids traded to him.
This is the card the kids traded with me. There's a video of the kids holding up this exact card. You can't see it.
To the very front so he can look at the ball like he's hypnotized by it.
Oh, you just put it in your underwear?
That's exactly what you do.
And then you switch and you have like bags, like
It stays there. It stays there.
This will hold for the whole day?
You make it will stay for the whole day, yeah.
Oh, this is what you do?
I will be wearing
diapers. See?
What?
I'm wearing diapers.
The diapers?
See? This is what.
This is not a diaper though. This will not.
It works too. It works too.
It works?
You're a lady. You should know it.
No,
works.
it's not working.
It works.
It's not. I wouldn't try it.
Dude's out here driving the hard sale like he's trying to get a used car off the lot. It's like he's advertising these pads that he's trying to sell them to everyone there. But most people are going by the standard meta protocol of using a diaper, which is very common for this. I just find that so revolting. I think it's so beyond gross and just like embarrassing. I can't imagine a worse way of starting a year, quite like being surrounded by piss and shit while also sporting my own underpants full of piss and shit. And even, let's say, in a fantasy scenario, ideal circumstances, no bubble guts, you've been fasting for 48 hours prepping for this, you haven't drank a sip of liquid for the last 24, so you are able to go through this entire thing, this wait, as well as watching the ball drop, without soiling yourself at all. It's still terrible because everyone around you has. The guy next to you's probably got mud pies in his britches. Person in front of you probably stinking up the place with the fumes from the lemonade they're cooking up in their trousers. Like, it's terrible. I'd be starting the new year in the worst possible mood, putting myself through that torture. I do not get it. I never have. I never will. And like I said, that's a couple years old. You can see in the background, it's talking about bringing in a great 2024. But nothing's changed. This is still very normal for New Year's Eve, it seems. So here's a clip from today.
Are you coming prepared by most people wearing diapers here?
Yeah, I wear a diaper. I'm wearing a diaper now.
Okay, do you have extra just in case anybody needs one?
Yes, I got this. A diaper.
Awesome. So you're able to bless somebody if they did not wear one?
I bless them not peeing, especially in front of me, you know.
Awesome. Well, thank you for coming out, guys. Hope you guys have a great New Year. Can I get you guys to say Happy New Year?
I gotta tell you, no one is happier about New Year's Eve celebrations than Depends. The executives at the top of the food chain of that company must just be the happiest people on the planet every time New Year's Eve rolls around. Sales skyrocket. But anyway, I mean, if people enjoy it, all power to them, I suppose. I don't personally understand it, but if you're out there right now, piss, poop all over the place, waiting for that ball to drop, Godspeed to you. I hope it's a cherished memory going forward. Hopefully it'll kick off your 2026 in the best possible way. For me personally, I think it's a lot more convenient just to hang around friends and family to start the year off right, being around people you know and love that aren't soiling themselves around you, attacking your senses with their waste fumes. But anyway, 2026, right around the corner. That's about it. See ya.
I can't turn it off. It's my job, but I won't have you on that stream.
Good news, another Kick streamer arrives at the scene to try and milk this for as much content as he can now, so he can put his mouth on the nipple here and suckle from the titty. He is now broadcasting from his perspective. Here, he knows the guy that got into the wreck, and he was doing LA night crawls and got word about this, so he pulls up here. The guy that you see walking with the guy who immediately owned up to it being his fault is the victim that was hit. So it seems like not overly injured. He's walking around, which is good to see. He requests not to be put on stream, asking, can you turn it off? He's like, nope, can't do that. It's my job. What a saint. Rest assured, this is great news. This is like, you know, fucking Superman arriving at the scene now. We can all breathe easy and celebrate. Another Kick streamer is here to make sure that nothing of value gets done here. And instead, just make sure to turn everything into content. So this poor dude, who was just minding his business, driving, who got blasted by another Kick streamer who was busy streaming, is now, unfortunately, being forced onto another Kick stream. And this guy lingers the entire time, even when the cops show up. He is still filming the victim here, even though he did request, please don't.
How did he clip him, bro? He needs to turn on his hazard lights or something, bro. Oh no, this is the entrance, so it's all good. God damn, dog.
This is the vehicle he clipped here. It's fucking totaled. This thing got clobbered. Now, it seems like one of the headlights is out here, and I went back to watch the initial impact to see if it was out at the time of impact. It seems like it might have been, but there's only like a single frame where I could find it, and it's a little hard to tell, but I think it might have been. I don't think that would have changed anything because this guy blatantly ran a red light, and he has video evidence of it. He filmed himself running the red light and does openly admit to it being his fault, which I certainly wasn't expecting. I thought for sure he'd cross his arms and be like, nope, wasn't me. Why'd you hit my car? What were you doing? Huh? Couldn't help but notice you were missing a headlight. You just came out of nowhere and fucking annihilated me. That was on you. I thought for sure there'd be something like that and him trying to bury the video or something, but no, he did assume responsibility at the scene of the crash.
You know what's fucked up? You can't see the red, so I can't see if it's red, yellow, green. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I kind of saw it through the stream, but yeah, I know what you mean.
I can't see the light on the other side, bro. I didn't even know there was a light. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Buster, if you can't see that this is red, you should not be behind the wheel of a car ever again. Period. It couldn't be made any more explicitly clear. Like, Jesus Christ, does God need to put an invisible wall here like a video game developer to keep you out? Like, how can you not tell that this is red? Also, he starts coming to a stop. He comes to like a pseudo stop and then decides to go through. If you didn't know it was red, why did you start stopping in the first place, buddy? What are you talking about? Then he had the gall to say he didn't even know there was a light there? Are you driving with your eyes closed or something? Like, what are you doing? Letting the force try and, like, guide you around or something? What do you mean you didn't know there was a light there? Are you even lucid? Like, what, do you pop fucking 50 perks or something then drive? How would you not know there was a light there? Also, you were coming to a stop. You had to know there was something in front of you. What was making you put your foot on the brake? That is like the worst possible excuse when you have video evidence that you yourself recorded. to the contrary. I know I've yapped and made fun of countless news outlets and tabloids because so many of these mainstream journalistic outlets are just trash, irredeemable garbage. And I'm one of the few brave souls on this planet that raw dogs the internet, so I actually don't use an ad block when I go on stream looking at, like, you know, what's going on in the world. And these websites are genuinely inaccessible unless you are using an ad block because they are so riddled with ads out the wazoo, where you only get like a couple of sentences of an article before an auto-playing ad or an auto-scrolling ad, or ads on either side are just butt-fucking your eyes. It is miserable. But standing atop this pile of filth is what I believe to be the worst offender of all of them, and that's the New York Post. Now, of course, there's not a single sentient organism on this planet that would ever misconstrue what the New York Post does with journalism, but when you're searching for information on something going on in the news, the New York Post is usually towards the top of that search on Google, so people end up there by accident, and it's an immediately regretful experience. It's a lot like the back rooms, actually. No one goes there on purpose. It's a fucking hellscape when you do end up there on New York Post. You can't wait to get out. So oftentimes I'll click on something not looking at where it's going, like the source, and it's the New York Post, and then my eyes start to bleed. Because, again, the internet without protection is a totally different experience. So going to the New York Post there is horrors beyond your wildest imaginations. It's Lovecraftian. And I made a whole video ranting about this a couple of years ago. It's only gotten worse since then, by the way. But I find it so fascinating how all of these companies wage war on ad block. We need you to turn your ad block off to access our articles, otherwise you don't get it. You're stealing from us with your ad block. And then if you ever do make the mistake of buying into that siren song, that fucking fraudulent fib, what you get is ass blasted by ads, and then you can't even get the information anymore. So the only way to even get the information from the sites is to use the ad blocks, because otherwise all you get are ads. And these are from like official corporate-owned websites. It's so interesting because they try to shame you into turning it off, but if you do, it's a huge mistake. It's a really big mistake. But anyway, I've yapped about that a lot. Instead, I want to blabber more directly about the New York Post because I just saw this wacky humdinger where they, oh boy, that's getting my bubble guts going talking about the New York Post. They made an article covering Kane Parsons' home, and they have a tweet that just outright doxes him. I, of course, redacted that information here, but they proudly posted this tweet inside the unassuming $450K California house behind the $118 million backrooms horror phenomenon, and got community noted about how it's literally just doxing, which is not only against Twitter terms, but illegal, and it is just doxing him. I'm pretty sure they deleted the original tweet, but the article is still up. Now, I think they also got rid of the picture there in the article too, but they wanted to make sure that their high-quality writing was able to persist beyond the purge here. Like, yeah, they may have done something illegal, but come on, the nice AI summary they have of Kane Parsons' family home, that has to live on New York Post somewhere. So we're going to take a look at that, but what a diabolical, useless piece of shit the New York Post is. Why even make this in the first place? They post a picture of this house where allegedly Kane lives with his family, and they just post it out there for everyone to see. Hey, this is where that guy lives. The guy who just has a $118 million box office home run. This is his house. And it just has like the house number. They say where it's located. All just posted out there. Why? It is just doxing. Like, there was a few people I saw come in saying, well, it's not technically doxing because they didn't give the direct address, but the house number is visible there. They gave the location, they show the house, they show the square footage, and they describe every single facet of the house. That's everything but the address. You can find that in 2 seconds. It is just doxing him. And the New York Post made a whole article about it. That's unhinged. I don't understand why. Like, how did this float across someone's desk? Like, I need pictures of Spider-Man and I need pictures of Kane Parsons' home right now. We gotta post it for everyone to see. Go out there and get it. I just can't even put myself in the shoes of someone so stupid that they thought this was a good idea. I can't wrap my head around the idea behind this article in the first place. But hats off to Mary Kay Jacob here for the slam dunk. If that's even a real person, that's probably just a made-up name right there. As some shit like Jerichomo Cheeseburger. I'm doubtful Mary Kay Jacob's real, but if she is, she should be fucking ashamed of herself. But anyway, this is what the article looks like now. Director behind Hollywood phenomenon Backrooms is a 20-year-old YouTuber who still lives with his parents, which already feels like it's immediately belittling him, like, hey, this guy still lives with his parents, look, isn't that so weird? And then they now have this black box here, but that's where I imagine the picture was of the house that just fully doxed him. I'm going to quickly fast forward to the very end of the article because the...
Oh, it's okay. All right. Let's give this a try.
That beefy boy sandwich don't mean shit right now. That's not the star of the show anymore. Now it's a battle between UA Eats and this stranger who's now come in here slinging his meat. And let me tell you something. That shit is raw and it is tiny. So he's now saying, why don't you go outside and do this? But as UA Eats says, why don't you go outside? Like, he was there first. He was already talking to the camera when they chose to sit next to him at those seats. Why do that then? Just either go to the other side where you can't really hear him, or eat outside like you just said he should do. Why do you waltz in there, sit down, and then say, all right, now you have to leave because we're here now? That's some cringe, stupid brain shit, bro. That is embarrassing garbage.
You know, it's pretty good. It's very, very juicy. I think I probably feel like maybe I'm comparing it too much to Al's when I came here a few years ago to Chicago. I think that the flavor could be a little bit stronger. Like the other things they put in, like the other things that they put...
The Saint was gracious enough to let him continue with his sandwich review for a little bit there. And it's pretty clear this guy is not disruptive at all. He's talking very normally, like a normal volume. He's not being, a nuisance or anything like that. If I was sitting next to this guy at that deli, I probably wouldn't even fucking hear him with everyone else talking as well. So this guy has gone out of his way to be an asshole to him. Like, it blows my mind how people like that just go through life with that kind of chip on their shoulder, just looking for issues to get angry about, get all fucking steamed up for. Why? Like, you don't like what he does, and that's fine. You don't have to. Like, not everyone's gonna want to see a food review. Like, it is what it is. But also, most people should have the brain capacity to recognize that it's not that serious, that you need to start, getting combative with the guy over it. And then he starts to, physically threaten him here in a moment, all just because he's trying to review a sandwich next to you, and you chose to sit next to him. Like, come on, man. You're a loser.
You're running out of work.
Oh, I have a great job. I have a great job. I make six figures. Oh, yeah, I'm here. I come here and I complain about other people eating their lunch. Yeah. I don't have a job myself, but I complain about other people. Oh, yeah. Oh, great. Other people were there first, and I tell them that they have to leave because they were there first because I want them to leave because I don't give a shit. All that matters is that I get what I want. I get what I want. That's all you get. That's all you got. Oh, that's great.
I didn't come here to hear a lecture, man.
You started it. You started it. You started it. Sit over there. You'll be further. I'll be done in literally 3 minutes.
I love that line from that douchebag. I didn't come here to hear a lecture. You started the lecture, professor. You're the one that brought it here and started lecturing him. Like, what are you talking about, man? So he kept mocking UA Eats, so UA Eats started mocking him back. And that's when it starts to bubble over a little bit. He slams his drink down, his fucking Diet Dr. Kelp. He slams it on the table, and now he threatens him.
You're going to keep going. You're going to be sorry. You're going to be very sorry.
You're f***ing threatening me?
I'm doing exactly what I'm doing. You should shut the f*** up, and let everyone eat in peace, or we can get the f*** out of here.
They said I could sit here.
Don't speak for everyone. He asked.
I asked everybody. They were here.
To move close to him. when you could have sat somewhere else.
There was nothing going on
He
at that
wasn't
point.
speaking when we first sat
I
down.
have a right.
I was speaking before. I was. I was speaking.
Watch out, no more Mr. Nice Guy. You keep talking all that crud, he's gonna right in the kisser. He sounds like fucking Dino Spumoni from Hey Arnold. Like, he is just not intimidating at all, just from like the sound of his voice and the way he's like carrying himself. I really respect that the YouTuber UA Eats is just standing his ground. He's not letting him just waltz all over him. I think UA Eats is in the right and this guy's a piece of shit. And now, during his threats, another patron here in the deli comes forward and says, don't speak for all of us, he asked. And then points out again that they chose to sit there. And then they said, oh, well, he wasn't yapping then. But apparently, even according to the lady that came up, he was. So, like, he was already actively doing these reviews, and they still chose to sit there and then get upset about it.
The world, it doesn't have to be under. But yeah, but you know what? I have a right to sit here in peace and eat.
I have a right to sit.
Yelling about food.
I have this right to sit here. It's a public place.
Public spot, so I get to do what I do as well. Okay, same exact way.
Your rules don't apply to a public space.
And his rules don't apply to me.
And
You want to stand up for
it's a
something,
public
right? Don't stand up for that.
It's not a public space. This is a private business.
This is a private.
But you're not the owner. No, I'm not. I'm just telling you.
This is a public place. He said so himself.
She's a lawyer and I'm a surgeon. Okay?
Yeah, I thought you said you didn't have a job.
Yeah, because it's not for you to know what I do.
All right.
Okay? It's
All right.
not for you to know what I do.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Believe me.
All right.
I actually do something for a living.
All right. Wonderful.
Wonderful, yeah.
Wonderful.
Hope you catch up with that.
All right. Wonderful. All right.
Unemployed guy all of a sudden got promoted to surgeon there throughout the course of this argument. That's incredible. Wow, what a come up. He's pulling that out of his ass. He's not a surgeon. We all know you're not a surgeon, man. You backed yourself into a corner with that whole day job shit and you look real stupid and silly, so now you're just grasping at like a respectable career. You're not a surgeon. Maybe his girlfriend's a lawyer. I don't know. Who's to say? There's really no telling. She only said like 3 words in between this guy's tantrum. Anyway, they do leave after that and go somewhere else to terrorize some other innocent people at whatever other diner feels their wrath. And then UA Eats has like a brief conversation with the individual that, you know, stood up with him against those assholes. And that was pretty wholesome. But yeah, this kind of interaction is always so peculiar to me because there are a lot of cases where a streamer or YouTuber is very much in the wrong in public spaces and the behavior that they're exhibiting around others. And it's very easy to see that. This is one of the very few cases where that's just not what happened. Like in this instance, the YouTuber did nothing wrong. Got permission from everyone there, apparently, to do that. Was not being loud, disruptive, or filming anyone without their permission, not showing anyone. Even during this argument, he didn't even, like, turn the camera so we could see this douchebag, which, in a lot of cases, most other YouTubers probably would, to, like, show you, look at this asshole, can you believe this shit? He didn't even do that. This was like a very strong class act from this guy. Like, yeah, he mocked him a little bit, which he absolutely should. This guy was being a child. And he stood his ground, which he absolutely should, because this guy was being a fucking loser. So I think he did everything right in the way that he handled himself here. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to yap about this a little bit. That's it. Yep. It's only been like a month or so since I took a bit of a dive into the cesspool of Kickstarter. After learning that it's been inundated with fraudulent AI-generated products, it appears the site is just fully plagued, and the main thing that gets pitched on Kickstarter these days is just phony baloney nonsense AI slop. All designed to try and squeeze a couple of clams out of gullible people that don't recognize that it's not real, that it's all make-believe. However, Matt just sent me a Kickstarter project that does seem to be real. And it's looking to dust off an old novelty from way back in the day. Raise your hand if you remember Smell-O-Vision. This whole idea, the final frontier of entertainment, the fourth dimension, where you can smell your movies, your TV shows, and in the case of this Kickstarter project, specifically, your games.
Games get more realistic every year.
Higher resolutions, faster refresh rates, even full virtual reality. But one sense has always been missing. Our sense of smell, the most emotional sense we have. At some point we've all wondered what it would be like if we could actually smell what we see on screen, what it would feel like to step into a world, not just look at it.
Have we all wondered that? Is that really something every gamer thinks at some point? Because I would imagine the only like unifying thought across all gamers' minds at some point in their life is, could I possibly suck my own dick? Like, I don't know how common it is to like really have this intense desire to smell the game. I can only speak for me personally, I suppose, but I just feel like that'd be such a fucking nuisance. Like, I would hate to be like playing Call of Duty and smelling the body odor and sweat and gunpowder as I'm vaulting over something about to, you know, drop shot some dumb asshole, right? Like, I think that would suck. I would really not like that. And there's a huge difference between smelling the game and stepping into that world. That's two very different things. It's not to say that I think it's like a bad idea. I'm sure there is like a community of people that would love to have access to the game smells, right? And the project has already been fully backed, so it definitely does have smell enthusiasts out there, and I have no doubt there's some real greaseballs hitting one of these right now. Can't wait to get their hands on this technology so they can go smell Ada Wong's panties in Resident Evil or something and go freaky mode on it. But I do understand that there is a market for it. I am just not in that group at all.
Introducing the Scent Bar. Breathe your game. Don't just play it. 10 fans that can be independently activated. And 10 scent slots allow real-time scent release, always, no matter the scene. The brain of the Scent Bar is the AI image detection. We are starting with 30 scents, allowing immersion in nature, racing, and action games.
Of course, no Kickstarter project is complete without an AI voiceover. That's mandatory at this point. But this product does seem to actually exist. I can find footage of them showcasing it at Gamescom. Now, how effective it was at delivering the scents directly to your fucking nostrils, I couldn't tell you, but I did see that it is a product that they actually did have like a setup for people to experience. Now, according to this video, they're launching with 30 cents, 3 different packages, and the astute observers out there may have noticed a very shocking absence. There's no Gooner package there. They don't have a selection of goon aromas. There's no sweaty gym socks. There's no panty fumes. There's no smegma adjacent scents or anything like that. And I gotta tell you, I think that was a big misstep. I think they're leaving a lot of money on the table because I bet you they could have found some real fucking degenerates to immediately buy the Gooner suite of smells out the wazoo. They'd be huffing that shit like it's Urgot's tubes in League of Legends.
And uses AI image detection to work with practically every game. After backing this campaign, you will be able to enter the 4th dimension of gaming and start creating memories inside your games, just like in real life.
Yeah, but I can do that now. I can make memories with games, and I do it all the time, actually. And I have tons of memories from games in my past without ever having to smell them or anything like that. Like, I don't know how much that really strengthens the experience of a game. But again, I can only speak for me personally. I just don't really care to sniff it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not a dog. Like, I don't need to sniff it, really. Like, I'm happy just experiencing it without the 4th dimension being there. Like, it's not like it unlocks the ability to, you know, have these cherished memories of games. I can still make those cherished memories even without having to smell some scent fumes and juices from the pods that are being fanned at me through the Zestum device placed under my computer while I'm playing Expedition 33.
You've got yourself a scent bar. Awesome choice. Let's get it set up together. First, take your scent bar out of the box. The scent bar works with AI image detection. You can download our software directly from the website. And don't worry, the software barely uses any of your PC's performance. Trust me, your frame rate is safe. Welcome to the scent bar control panel. The tabs at the bottom show your 10.
And from what I've read, to this day, prefers to be associated as more of a Republican than anything, just based on what I've been reading. But he was even a former Republican before that no party switch. So I don't know where this idea that he's a Democrat is coming from, other than just people spreading misinformation. There's a quick read that succinctly puts Stephen Miner's tumultuous career in politics on display, just lays it in front of you.
I refuse to answer questions without my lawyer present. So I really don't know how to answer that question either way.
Like I said, you're not
this
going
is
to
freedom
jail.
of speech. This is America, right?
And
You're a veteran.
Correct. And I agree with you 100%.
Okay. All
We're
right.
just trying to see if it's you, because if we're not talking to the right person, we want to go see who the right person
Okay,
is.
how can I help you?
You shouldn't be wanting to see the person in the first place. This is no threat or anything at all. This is well within the protected rights of Americans to express criticism on the mayor, if they so choose. It's such a fucking overreach here, and anybody at all in this country should find issue with this. Again, even if you disagree with her statement, even if you're the biggest Stephen Miner fan of all time, you got fucking Stephen Miner, soda drink hat, you're the biggest super fan enthusiast, this should still be a red flag for you, and you should have a huge issue with it. I believe both the police chief and Stephen Miner should 1000% lose their positions here. This is a fundamental right that they have now just fucking wiped their entire ass with here. That is inexcusable, and it's not an exaggeration to say that. Now, just to give you even further context here, the woman who recorded this encounter, Raquel Pacheco, a Miami Beach political activist and veteran who previously ran for city commission and a Democratic state Senate candidate. She had made a comment on Facebook that was referencing a statement from Miner about Miami Beach being a safe haven for everyone, contrasting it with New York City, which he said was intentionally removing protections for and promoting boycotts of Israeli and Jewish businesses, which she is 100% allowed to do if she so chooses, which maybe she did, maybe she didn't. We have no evidence to suggest whether or not that was actually Raquel Pacheco that posted that comment. Perhaps it was an impersonator or some dastardly ne'er-do-well who broke into her house, burglarized her, hacked her computer, and wrote that inflammatory comment to frame her. We don't know who actually wrote that comment, but whoever did, it is protected speech, and they shouldn't be being pursued by police.
So pretty much it's just a statement that was made as far as,
verbatim, it says the guy who consistently calls for the death of all Palestinians tried to shut down a theater for showing a movie that hurt his feelings and refuses to stand up for the LGBTQ community in any way. Even leaves the room when they vote and on related matters. Wants you to know that you are all welcome. Clown face, clown face, clown face. 3 days ago.
So you don't know if it was you?
I'm not going to answer whether that's me or not.
Okay.
The concerning part, and not concerning for the person who's posting it, what we're just trying to prevent is somebody else getting agitated or agreeing with the statement. We're not saying it's true or not.
This shouldn't matter at all whether it agitates someone, hurts their feelings, or if someone agrees with her. You're going to start, policing those kind of statements? You're going to just start going and arresting all kinds of Twitter blue check marks that are perpetually rage baiting and entire purpose is causing agitation for the sake of a paycheck? Are they next up on the chopping block as well? This is a fucking ridiculous reasoning here for it. It is just an abuse of power, and the sole purpose behind it is to try and frighten and intimidate an American citizen into shutting her mouth and being silent and not expressing thoughts because there might be some repercussions if you say mean things about the mayor, Stephen Miner, here. That's bad.
Understood.
That guy who consistently calls for the death of all Palestinians. That can probably incite somebody to do something radical. That's all we're here to talk about. And we wanted to get your side. If it was you that posted that, I would think to refrain from posting things like that because that could get something incited.
I appreciate your concern. I appreciate you coming out here.
Okay.
That's it?
That is it.
Okay.
I'm going to maintain my amendment rights to not answer the question about whether or not that's right. I hope
Thank
that's
you for your time.
understandable.
We appreciate it.
Thank you
Have
as
a good
well.
day, okay?
You as well. Thank you. Take care.
Goodbye, gentlemen. Thanks for the unsolicited advice on what an American citizen can and cannot post freely online with their own thoughts. That's great. Thank you, Speech Police. Wonderful. Anyway, this shit is very concerning, especially as a resident of Florida, and I hope this kind of practice doesn't become normalized. That's really about it. See ya. off. The best example of that is the Gorman Massacre. That single episode is not only the best episode in the show, but I think it is like one of the strongest episodes I've seen in a series for a while. Like, it is up there with some of my favorite singular episodes. What that episode does is it is the boiling point of everything that's been built. All the propaganda the Empire's been feeding about Gorman, all of the seeds they've been planting to the Gormans without the Gormans knowing, and one character we've followed since the beginning, Cyril, who believes he is on the right side of history by trying to find Cassian, the man responsible for the murder of two of his associates, two people that he worked with, like they're part of the crew, part of the ship. He believes from the very beginning he is on the side of justice. So he takes a position on Gorman to try and lure out lure out the big forces of the rebellion. He dedicates his life to this cause. But it turns out his presence on Gorman was not what he thought it was. The woman that he falls in love with, Dedra, she is someone that's very ambitious, but she is extremely smart in the Empire. And they know that, so they're using her to take control of Gorman through all of the propaganda, through all of the trying to spark a rebellion so they can have a convenient excuse. And she's using Cyril to get close to them. And Cyril believes he's getting close to them to try and get close to, like, the actual rebellion, not so much the Gormans themselves. He knows nothing about the actual purpose of all of this being the resource that the Empire wants. Well, in episode 8, it all becomes very clear to Cyril he's been used not just by the Empire, but by Dedra. She played his ass like a fiddle. Not in the love department. They do a really good job of establishing she does actually really care for him. And he did save her life. Like, she does really appreciate him. But she's got a job to do. And he's a really good pawn to use for this. So he sets pretty much everything in Gorman in motion without him having any idea what he was really contributing to. And then as they're funneling all of the protesters, all the Gorman protesters into the city square, they're setting up a blockade. They've got some big droids there. They've got all the pieces on the board. And Cyril starts to figure it out. Cyril really clicks all the dots in his head. He connects all the breadcrumbs, but it's too late to do anything about it. The Empire has a sniper on the roof. They shoot one of their own to make it look like the Gorman protesters have become violent. This insurrection is here. What the Empire has warned the rest of the galaxy about, the Gormans are violent. They have to be stopped. So they just start slaughtering all the Gormans in the town square. Thus begins the massacre on Gorman, the Gorman Massacre. And Cyril, traumatized, looks around seeing it all, and his whole view on everything collapses around him. It is incredibly well done. It builds for so many episodes and culminates with this. But not only that, the man he has been chasing the entire time, Cassian, is also there. Because Luthen was more than willing to let Gorman be a sacrifice to progress the rebellion so they could capitalize off that, where they could use their power in the Senate because they had a senator sympathetic to the cause that Luthen was working with, Mon Mothma. He was willing to let Gorman die for this, so that way they could use that to try and ignite more rebellion across the galaxy. Like, look what they just did on Gorman. Look at this massacre. Here's the truth. But Cassian was there and was witnessing all of this and was there to kill Dedra. Well, Cyril takes notice of him, and then he attacks Cassian. He actually gets the upper hand. Cyril has the gun to Cassian, and with a single sentence, Cassian basically just drives the nail in the coffin of all of Cyril's belief. Cassian says, "Who are you?" The guy that Cyril has hunted, dedicated his life to, thought that what he was doing all this time was for justice. This guy, he doesn't even know who he is. Cassian has no clue who Cyril is. Cassian is just focused on trying to stop the actual evil. And it wavers. It like breaks Cyril right there. And then he gets killed. He gets shot in the head and dies. A super sad character arc, but a beautifully executed one. And the same can be said for just about every character that you follow in any capacity in this show. They all get so much tender love and care put into it. I actually just can't compliment this enough. I cannot believe that it came from Disney Star Wars. I actually cannot fathom that. This is so far removed from all of the boring, safe, sterile garbage that Disney Star Wars has become that it really doesn't even feel like it should be called Star Wars anymore. It's so much better than all of what's preceded it. It's like, I feel like it's almost a disservice to how good this show is to even have Star Wars attached to it in name. Like, I really think that this show is something special. So I highly encourage anyone out there, even if you don't like Star Wars, like typically, I think you should still give this show a chance. It is really something that I think they nailed. So I just wanted to gushing grannies over this for a little bit here, because I am just giddy with how great this show was. They also had a really satisfying conclusion, I felt. I really think that at no point did it ever falter towards the end here. Like I said, the first couple episodes of Season 2 didn't, like, draw me in as much as I would have expected. Like, I didn't love those all that much. But in the context of the rest of the season, they're great. Like, everything about this show is extraordinary. So yeah, just wanted to review Andor a little bit here. That's about it. See ya. I'm not someone who typically believes in the supernatural. You all know that. I am an active ghost hunter. I battle the unknown. I've been on 5 expeditions into paranormal territory with some of the most haunted locations in this country, and all 5 times have turned up without a single shred of evidence to anything unexplainable. No hauntings or anything like that. Which means one of 2 things. There's only 2 possible explanations here, 2 conclusions to draw. 1, I am an extremely powerful psychic and I just don't know my own strength, so when I walk into a haunted facility, I immediately exorcise all the spirits there. Or 2, there is no such thing as the paranormal. I'm inclined to believe the latter, but I continue to ghost hunt and hopefully one day we'll find some actual evidence to the existence of spirits and ghouls and goblins and gnomes and all of that. But for now, still a big goose egg there. Though I don't believe in that kind of paranormal activity, there is something science can't explain that I do believe in. Curses. As I always say, a curse is just science that we haven't been able to comprehend yet. And I, unfortunately, was the victim of a very potent curse. Almost up there with, like, Avada Kedavra, except instead of killing me, it's killing my dreams of winning big trophies and big tournaments. The curse I'm referring to is my esports team's drought of major wins. What do I mean by this? Well, I've been in esports now for about 5 years. As all of you know, we have recently merged with Shopify Rebellion, so Moist Esports and Shopify Rebellion, we've rolled into one team. I've already talked at length about this merger, but I'll go ahead and give you the biggest cliff note here, one that people keep asking about. Why did we change the name? Well, one of the big reasons we did this merge in the first place is because our previous name, Moist Esports, well, that name was mud. They actually treated that like it was a slur at U.S. immigration, so we were no longer able to get our players, our international players, into this country for tournaments, and we speculate that it might be because of the name. Someone had a huge hate boner for it. So, obviously, keeping the name would still keep that problem. With Shopify Rebellion, that issue has been completely resolved, and it's been extremely exciting, it's been a lot of fun, but unfortunately, the curse has persisted, or at least it did, past tense. The curse latched onto my very soul. We were still in a major drought for the last, 6 months, but I'm happy to say, this week, we finally broke it. And not only did we win a major, we won a super major as well. And then we won another big tournament that qualified us for the World Championship in another game. So in 1 week, the curse was lifted, and then we blew its ass wide open. Now, some of you may have noticed I wasn't watch partying any of the tournaments over the last week, and it's by design. I've become very superstitious over the years. I think a lot of you have noticed that. So I wanted to try not watch partying these huge tournaments to see what would happen. And lo and behold, we won every tournament. And so, I think there was some kind of voodoo magic placed on my watch parties to ensure that we only ever got second place. And now that I didn't watch party it, we got first place in multiple tournaments. Huge tournaments. I'm hoping the breaking of the seal here means I can safely watch party our teams and watch us win these tournaments again. So I just wanted to make a mention of that, and I also want to just show you some highlights from this last week of wins because it has just been so incredible. Our teams have been amazing. I want to start with the most recent one. This one happened only a couple hours ago. Zane took first place at Supernova, the largest Super Smash Bros. Melee tournament of all time in terms of participation, like in terms of attendance. It was the largest ever held, and Zane absolutely slapped. He Gangnam Styled all the way to Grand Finals and won Grand Finals through winner's side. He looked untouchable.
Yeah, big thing. Okay. Cody has to stay confident on his edge guard routes, even though he has one stock left.
You gotta be careful there too, because I thought Zane was gonna tech that. Nice shine grab, okay.
Oh, wait.
That might be it.
This might be it.
Oh, the weak hit.
But he's got it. He's got it. He doesn't want to commit. He has it this time. Surely it is enough to do it. And Zane Nagmi, your Supernova 2025 champion. He's got 2 in a row.
That's right. Zane's got it all.
Let's go.
He's got it all. Winning the world's biggest tournament in history.
The biggest tournament of all time. And now you can see the emotion has come from this man, Zane Nagmi, number 2 in the world as of this summer, making a statement with the gold medal
Number
here.
1 today, though.
Number 1 today.
Let's go.
Yo.
Let's go.
Doing it on the home turf.
On the home turf, bro.
This is a huge dub here from Zane. This isn't just a major. This is a major set to Wumbo. It's a super major. You fucking love to see that. That right there could make a grown man cry. And you know what else could make a grown man cry? Just sob? Doing this, a huge win here, after we had also won big time at a Halo major. Our Halo squad took home first place at the most recent HCS major over Optic Gaming in a fucking nail biter. This one was a real ass greaser. Shopify even made a whole docu-loves to a little girl next to her who started crying, so then she started to console the little girl, reassuring her that it's okay. They're just people. Yes, of course. Now it's all starting to make sense. A confounding mystery, but it's becoming more and more clear. It's coming into focus now that I say it out loud. This must be how it feels to, like, do whippets. Like, listening to her speak actually makes me stupider.
I am not a thief. That little boy, when Mahomes came, if you look at the video, both of our hands was on it. He was right to the left of me. I didn't look in Mahomes' eyes to see where is he looking. I just seen he's handing out something. I put my hand, both of our hands was on it. I took it.
Yeah, but you definitely knew. The kid even said the lady just stole that from me. Like, you definitely did know. You reached out to put your hand on it. He didn't just, like, set it in both your hands and say, like, good luck. It wasn't like the Dark Knight with the Joker doing an initiation. Like, he was clearly giving it to the kid. You reached out to grab it and put your hands on it and then take it from the kid. Like, that is clear in the video that you keep urging people to watch.
If he was 20 years old, would it have mattered? If he was a 20-year-old man and both of our hands was on it, and if he would have took it away from me, would have been like, oh, you should have gave it to the woman. So if it was a guy and I'm a girl, then he should have gave it to the girl. But because he's a 10-year-old little boy or 8-year-old or whatever, how old he is, I should have gave it to him. But I didn't even know.
Good news, I just went and bludgeoned myself with a sledgehammer and I understand her perfectly now. This is a bulletproof defense. She's got us all in a checkmate. So, I think what she's trying to say here, very convoluted, is that if it was a 20-year-old man that she stole it from, would people still be upset? And the answer is, people would still think you're an asshole. And then she flips it saying, what if a guy took it from me? Would anyone care? And in that case, yeah, people would think he's an asshole. Like, stealing an item that was intended for somebody else and everyone sees it, they're going to think the person who stole it is an asshole. The fact you steal it from a child does make it significantly worse. 100%, yeah. This isn't the gotcha you think it is.
Why didn't they stop me and say, hey, yo, bitch, give it to my son or my brother? But no one didn't say nothing to me. I turned around, I walked away. I seen Mahomes. That's who I wanted to see. Why no one didn't say anything to me? But now you are posting it 1 week later?
It's your fault. I stole it and nobody stopped me. Thus, you have only yourself to blame. She's now trying this angle. Also, people did mention it, by the way. The kid even called it out that she stole it from him. And I'm pretty sure in one of the other videos I saw, someone else also mentioned it. She just ignored it and walked away. So, like, they did. But now she's like trying to say that, you know, the father or whatever should have reached out privately to tell her that it was intended for his son or whatever. So it's his fault.
Mahomes tried to give it to my son or my brother or whoever the hell he is to you. Look at this video. Look at, you put your hands on top of my son's hands and then you took it. You're older, you're stronger. You could have grabbed it more than he could have. Maybe I would have felt bad.
She literally talks like a 10-year-old. She sounds like a toddler. All you had to do was DM me and say that you put your hands on top of my son's hands and you're older, which means you're stronger, so you could have grabbed it more than he have. Holy shit. This is a grown woman, by the way. I don't know Michael, but listening to her speak, I feel bad for Michael. A conversation with her must be miserable. Dude probably has to leave milk and cookies out every year at Christmas. She probably still fucking stuck thinking Santa Claus is coming through.
But now you're trying to embarrass me. I don't think so. Okay. It is what it is. Make your son a tough man, because we're trying to make everyone a little too weak in this world today in 2025.
Oh, when that line hit when I first watched this, I knew it was something special I was bearing witness to. So now she's saying the 10-year-old is too weak. I guess she was expecting the 10-year-old to just like fucking judo chop her or like throw her over his shoulder or something and body slam her. And because that didn't happen, now she's saying that the 10-year-old is too weak and that the father's like failed because raising a weak kid because a grown woman stole from him out of nowhere. What a great lesson. Yeah, you're raising a weak kid because he didn't attack a grown woman at a football stadium. Right. This is unreal. It's fucking unhinged.
It is what it is. You don't get everything you life happens. Do you know how many times I took my sons to baseball games when they were young? They would have catch the ball and then men would have came and took it out of their hands.
Well, I don't know, crazy lady. It almost sounds to me like you're raising some weak sons. You're telling me that at the ball game someone came and took the ball out of their hand and they didn't beat their ass? Based on what you just said here about that 10-year-old, almost sounds like to me you've got yourself a little bit of weakness in your own household, huh, now, doesn't it? Interesting. Very interesting indeed. I'll drop the sarcasm for a moment. I actually feel really bad for the kids. having their mom go on TikTok and just make a complete fucking fool of herself. Like, she tries to claim that everyone's trying to embarrass her, but it is her. It is her embarrassing herself. That's gotta be awful. That has really gotta be bad. And I really do feel awful for them.
Guys, I just want to talk to you guys for 1 minute from my heart. At the game, with all the noise and all the excitement, I honestly thought that Pat Mahomes was giving me the headband. I reached for it without thinking. Later, I found out that it was meant for that little boy for his 10-year-old birthday. When I found out, I felt horrible because I don't want to ruin anyone's little time at the game and ruin their little birthday. To the young boy, I'm sorry that I ruined your moment. You should have had your moment for your birthday.
She takes her foot off the gas in a follow-up video where she releases this apology here. Very different tune she's singing this time around. I guess the first one didn't really go over the way she had hoped it did. Well, her excuses don't really work anymore, though, because she already made it clear in her last one that she didn't feel horrible at all, even calling the kid weak. So this kind of falls flat on its fucking face here. And she also can no longer make the claim about being confused, which would have been like a legitimate thing, because there is the potential that she was confused and thought maybe it was intended for her. But she already made it clear that was not the case in the last video. So yeah, while it's a valiant attempt at trying to seem more sympathetic this time around, like, oh, this is a sincere apology, you should have had your special birthday and I'm sorry, it was such a mix-up, a very unfortunate set of circumstances. It doesn't work anymore.
Got an update on Joey. I want you guys to watch this.
They signed it. No, we didn't. They signed it. Oh my God. What's in there?
I just wanted to tell you that I meant no harm done, but it all worked out in the best, and you got so much more. You got an autographed jersey.
And this is her latest video on it. So the Chiefs sent Joey a lot of gear that is signed, a lot of autographed gear, and she's talking about how happy she is that he got all of that. Yep. And that's that. Anyway, I just wanted to yap about this a bit. It had me laughing really hard watching her first response video. That's really about it. So yeah. The voice of a generation. You know who it is. That's right, Jason Page, the guy who sang the Pokemon theme song. Actually one of the most iconic theme songs of all time, and that's kind of inarguable. Jason Page has still been deep in the Pokemon TCG community. I don't know if you knew that or not. And he recently found himself in some hot water over some drama about a fake card and his signature and people accusing him of being scummy and scamming kids. I didn't really follow that too closely, but I did see his response. And there's a couple of wacky little nuggets in his response that I can't resist the urge to talk about.
Hello, Internet. I've seen what's circulating, a video of a vendor's reaction to a trade I made with kids back in March, claiming that I'm a con man who scammed them with a fake card. I want to address this directly.
Fair enough. Amen. That's the best way to do it. That's how you handle business like a man. Get out there, hang dong. Let your nuts air out a bit. Get your chin on it. And then maybe get your teeth on it too and start scaring it a little bit. Now, something I didn't know about till all this hoopla started bubbling over is that Jason Page seems to have given himself the title of the voice of a generation. It's integral to his marketing. Am I the only one that finds that a little peculiar and kind of douchey? No doubt what he contributed to Pokemon is huge. That theme song is still one of the most iconic boner jams of all time. But, I don't know, I've just always found that kind of stuff like, it's me, the voice of a generation, just to be really, just a little yucky. Especially like, checking his website, he also sells voice of a generation custom cards that he signs for $50, as well as other signed accoutrements for a lot of money. But anyway, this has nothing to do with like the scandal that he found himself in that he's now making this video for. I just saw this and thought it was odd. Like I assumed that the convention was the one calling him the voice of a generation, you know, to hype it up on their marketing, but no. It seems like that's Jason Page's decision.
I understand your anger when seeing and hearing all of this. The instinct to protect a kid is the right instinct. I'd have the same reaction if I heard that kids were getting scammed. But here's what the vendor's video didn't show you. The truth is that the trade we made was absolutely fair and in their favor.
So, in a nutshell, what happened is some kids went up to another vendor to trade a card, and that vendor gave them a valuable Gengar, which they then took to Jason Page. It's that Gengar that's in front of him, and they traded it for one of his signed cards, which apparently didn't hold equal value or was a fake card, as people were alleging, and that's where all of this stems from. So this is his response to those allegations.
I'm going to talk about this in terms of playing costs, not potential market value, which could be significantly higher. This card is a Pop 1 autographed, inscribed, graded AGS 10 company custom promo card. They don't sell these. It's a limited item. The vendor claims that it's a fake card, but it's clearly a promo card indicated by their logo on the back. And there's a market for promo cards. Many vendors, including myself, carry and sell signed, graded, authenticated promo cards. I've been selling them for years.
There's a lot of misleading mumbo-jumbo in there. So Pop 1, what that refers to is how many cards of this kind exist when it comes to grading cards. So low pop means rare and usually means more valuable. In this case, it means about as much as this fart. I don't know if you could hear that with the mic and the noise gate I have set up, but what I'm saying is it's stink. It's empty stinkiness. Because what has been graded is he's calling it a promo card, but it's a custom card from this company that they have graded themselves as a 10, which is already fucking shady. That's already weird. It's not an official, real card per se. It's real in like a tangible sense, as in it exists. Therefore, it is, bringing out the fucking Rene Descartes here, we're getting real philosophical, but it's not a legitimate, actual, official Pokemon promo card. You can tell just from the back. That's not even a real Pokemon card back. So there's not really a market for it, as he's suggesting, because again, this is just a one of one from this company that they have created themselves that no one's really fishing for. So that's already kind of a little peculiar for him to be trying to paint it in that light, at least in my opinion. But what he says next is just categorically false.
At all my events. AGS, for those of you who don't know it, is the third largest grading company by volume right now behind PSA, and see it very clearly. But here's a screenshot of that video. I'm cropping out the kids' faces from the vendor's video, and we're protecting them. The vendor is also posting a screenshot of a Gengar card in his video, but it's not the photo of this actual card we traded. It's just something he grabbed from somewhere else. In the card world, the condition of a card determines its value above almost everything else. The kids were told by this vendor that this card was worth $150.
So when this video popped off about this whole situation here, a lot of people viewed the vendor as like a really good guy, giving the kids a great card worth $150 as claimed. It's a Japanese fossil Gengar. And Jason Page here is about to show you that this isn't a $150 Gengar that he gave them.
Now, let me show you this card. This is an ungraded Gengar Japanese fossil. At first glance, the condition looks like a heavily played HP at best, clearly. But when you zoom in, you can see the ding here, the scratch there. There's scratches everywhere. Another ding over there. The top of the card, the foil is sticking out almost on all of the edges of the card. There's a whole bunch of scrapes on the bottom. This thing is scraped more than any other Gengar that I have seen online in the sold items. This could be labeled damaged.
I think it is inarguable that that card is damaged. That card looks like it was scratched by the house cat and then they used that card as toilet paper in their guest bathroom. That card is disgusting. That card is in a terrible spot. It is in awful shape. It is not a $150 pristine card that he traded with them. As the claim was, this card's $150. It is not. In that condition, you'd be lucky to give that shit away for fucking $10. I'm exaggerating a bit. It's probably like a $40 card, and that's being pretty generous. That's assuming someone wants a really damaged copy of it in the first place.
As there are some like this on TCG Player and eBay. The vendor told them that their two cards were worth $77, so it was traded for $77 of value, but the vendor states it's worth $150. Well, based on TCG Player and eBay recent sales, that's just not true. The actual market value for this card in HP condition might be about $75. And here's how I arrived at that. You can see the TCG Player and eBay sales listings. You can see that if you zoomed in on all of the cards, there's absolutely no card in any of these sold items that's even scratched as much as this is.
And he's exactly right. The reason why I think it wouldn't even be $70 is because this one is in much worse shape than like all of the other damaged big cards I've seen listed on TCG Player as well. It's in horrible shape. It is not the $150 value that he told the kids that it was. Now, whether or not he did that maliciously to get a better deal for himself, because now he's got $77 worth of value coming from those two cards to him, and he only had to part with a damaged Gengar that I guarantee he probably couldn't have moved in the first place. I don't know if he did that on purpose or he just didn't know. I'm going to tell you, knowing what I know about the card community, I feel like it's very unlikely he didn't know that it was in such horrible shape and wasn't actually worth $150. I think this is also a lesson that vendors at card conventions and just in general in the community aren't really looking out for your best interest to give you the best deal. Like, oh, that's so cool, champ. Yeah, absolutely, I'll trade you. This card's worth $2 million. And they hand you like a fucking common from, Twilight Masquerade.
So we just calculated the cost value of the promo card I traded to be about $150, and the market value of this Gengar at the very high end appears to be about $75. I don't want to make this about myself, but those who know my history know that I've been on the side of feeling taken advantage of before in my career, and it shapes how I think about fairness and transparency and kindness.
Now, I honestly don't know a whole lot about Jason Page post-Pokemon theme song, so maybe he is like an amazing guy. Very possible, but what I can tell you is the way he calculated his own card's value is also not entirely by the book, I'll say. For being very generous using that terminology. I don't think that's exactly the fairest way of calculating the value he gave to the kids' trade either. So he is right that the vendor did not give them the card he said that he gave them, a $150 value card, but he is wrong that his trade was like a great one for them, and it's, you know, $150 worth of value from his trade. I think that is also incorrect.
I know you came back to my booth later that day and you traded that promo card back with us for another Jason Page autographed card, and you left happy with that trade as well. However, if you are not happy, I'd love to connect with you in private and we can all look at these cards together. And if you want this Gengar back instead, we can trade back for this.
So according to Jason, they actually came back and traded that card with them again for another Jason Page autographed card. So I'm assuming they didn't want the AGS promo Jason Page signed card. They probably wanted a real Pokemon card there. I'm just assuming, though. I haven't heard anything about that outside of Jason Page talking about it here. And then he says, if you're not happy with that, though, we can trade back and you get the Gengar. Which, all right. I mean, that's fair enough, I suppose. He then goes on to say how he would never, like, scam anyone in the community or anything like that. But anyway, I wanted to yap about this a bit because I do think there are a few things in here that are very misleading with the way he presents the card he traded with them. Yeah, I think he's 100% right about the Gengar. I think he did a good job of showcasing that the vendor was not being truthful about that trade in the very beginning. But I do think the way he defended his autographed card by using provably incorrect information about AGS and the volume and, you know, this and that is just a little not true. So I wanted to just blabber about it, I suppose. That's really about it. Yeah. I know I've made quite a few videos covering these degenerate streamers that go live while streaming and then crash their vehicle, and I'm gonna keep doing it because I think they need to be clowned on endlessly, and I really think they need to be permabanned from the platforms in which they are broadcasting this deliberately dangerous action that is jeopardizing not only their lives, but the lives of all the innocent people around them on the road. Now this one basically fills out an entire fucking bingo sheet of these degenerate losers. There's nobody typing in his chat. He is broadcasting this garbage to actually nobody, just crickets. There is one person that's not like a bot or a mod there that said a word probably like 15 minutes ago that's still on screen, and yet he is still too focused on streaming to pay attention to the road. He stops at the red light momentarily and then says, fuck it, we'll do it live. Goes forward and then basically T-bones a car that's coming through. He runs a red light, blatantly filming his crime. Also, this corny bozo's got such a dog shit stream overlay, I can't help but laugh at it. He's got his kick name as a watermark in the top left of his stream, which has a logo, which is just two fingers doing this, which is something a 12-year-old might think was cool and edgy. And then on the top right, he has Plinko. Now, I don't know if he's trying to, like, promote some kind of gambling partner, but I find that hard to believe because he's not a very big streamer. I don't think he'd have, like, a contract to try and promote Plinko on stake or something like that because he wouldn't be driving a lot of traffic there. No pun intended, because this guy can't drive for shit, clearly. But I imagine that he's probably not actually contracted to do that, so maybe he's trying to fish for referrals to get himself out of the hole, maybe. Or maybe it's like Plinko as some kind of community building thing where, like, his chat plays Plinko with imaginary points, fucking Monopoly money. I don't know, but I just found that overlay to be extremely silly. And imagine it is actually like a community thing where it's not real money or something. I don't know why he'd have that there. There is no community. Like, it doesn't seem like there's anyone alive in chat with a pulse, so who would be playing that? It'd just be him dropping his Plinko ball by himself, just sad and lonely every time.
Oh my god.
Astute observers may have noticed something anomalous in the chat there. This is right after a crash, a car crash, and chat didn't move. Not a single message, not a peep. Typically, in even the smallest of streams, when something happens, literally anything stimulating, even fucking jingling keys, you'll have people going, oh, wow, 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 look at the wow, wow, wow. Here, nothing. There is literally no one here. It's fucking tumbleweed in this guy's chat rolling through. He gets in a car accident and still not a single message comes across. So there is nobody there. Not his mods, not someone that had this open in the background by accident. Maybe there might be a few viewers that fell asleep. It's probably botted, would be my guess. Why are you even streaming while driving in the first place? Nobody's even fucking watching, brother. This is so unbelievably embarrassing that you jeopardized not only your life, but the life of an innocent person who did nothing wrong, obeying the road rules, and you come out, run the red light, and fucking blast them? I can only pray that they didn't suffer any injuries at your absolute brain-dead lobotomite ass getting behind the wheel while trying to stream to an audience of nobody.
Oh my god, what happened, bro? Oh my god, bro. How the fuck that happened?
I'm fucking dumb, bro. I got him. I clipped him. I didn't know where I was. I just fucking went straight.
Damn, bro. Let me get off for
It's all good, bro. It's my fault, bro. I told you. Sometimes I was chasing you, bro. I was trying to fucking go.
What's up?
It's my homie Vito, bro. Fucking streaming right now and shit.
Yeah.
Turn off the stream, dude. I don't want to come out in another video.
I think what happened is, when he was slowing down at the red light, he was probably too distracted looking at his stream. He did say, when he walked over to the other guy that showed up, that he was trying to catch him. I think he was probably watching that guy's stream in the car and wanted to get to him quicker so he wouldn't be left in the dust or something. So then he decided, fuck it, I don't see anyone else coming right now. I'm just going to run this red light without actually doing a full survey, and then just ran the fucking red light and then clipped this guy. Now, driving with a headlight out is dangerous, obviously. But I don't think that was a contributing factor to what happened here. He was unfortunately subjected to the natural disaster of a fucking kick streamer behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's like a terrorist attack. When you have a kick streamer streaming in a car, you best stay inside, because that is a disaster waiting to happen. This shit seems to be happening every week now.
So dumb. I thought it was just a left turn.
Yeah. He's just waiting for a tow truck now?
It's not to be here right now, bro.
Yeah. I was doing calls and I got this alert on Citizens, so we came to check it out and it was your car.
It was me?
The J-Fool says, the clip clearly shows 3 red lights.
I'm on it, fool.
10 minutes ago.
Follow me up.
A grim, sickening look into the poisoned mind of a clout goblin, using what could have been fatal accident as a plug for his content. Yep. Luckily, no one died here. Very easily, they could have. That guy's car was in terrible shape. It got absolutely obliterated. It is a miracle that he wasn't, like, actually seriously injured. And he, the streamer himself, also could have died, too. But at the end of the day, since no one died, there's no one being buried. That's just fucking content, baby! Send it! So he starts plugging his shit. Just so despicably shameless. I really think that there's got to be some kind of crackdown on this type of shit, right? Like, it is just completely out of control. It is happening all the time with these degenerate streamers streaming while driving and inevitably crashing. Like, come on. It's so absurd now. Like, I really think when something like this happens, I think they should lose their license. Like, I think this guy should not be driving again. Full stop. Like, he can't be trusted behind the wheel of a car. Like, I think that's what I've learned. But anyway, just had to make fun of this asshole here. These driving streams, it's getting scary out there. That's really about it. See ya. It's not often that a game actually surprises me. Usually I'm pretty good at watching a trailer for a game and having a pretty strong sense of if I'm going to like it or not. I always do approach them with open mind and open cheeks. I'm always willing to be, proven wrong on my preconceptions coming in, whether it's positive or negative. If there's something I think I'm going to love but ends up being trash, I'm more than willing to take that on the chin, or vice versa. If there's something I go in expecting abominable dog shit, but then I get served a wonderful, tasty cuisine, I don't just stubbornly stick and cling to what I expected going in. Point is, like your mother's legs, I'm always open. It's very rare, though, for a game to completely blindside me, and that's what just happened with High on Life 2. I fucking hated the first High on Life. I despised it. There was pretty much nothing in that game I liked other than the idea behind the guns, because it reminded me of Oddworld. But everything sucked major ass. It sucked farts through a crazy straw. I couldn't stand playing it. It was janky. It was boring. The writing didn't make me laugh. None of the characters ever shut the fuck up for even a second. It was just unrelenting cringe, and I just felt like the game overall was a snooze fest. I didn't like anything about the first High on Life. And High on Life 2 gets announced, and it looked a little better, but I thought for sure there's no way this was going to win me over. There's no way I was going to like it. But since I play like every game ever made for my gaming channel, I give all of them a fair shake. I, of course, checked out High on Life 2. Much to my delight, the game actually slaps. But it has one unforgivable sin, and if you've seen any of the reviews, you already know what I'm going to mention: the performance. The performance of High on Life 2 for the vast majority of players is unforgivable. It shouldn't have released in this state. For a lot of players, it doesn't even work. And that is completely unacceptable. They should have given this a little bit more time to bake in order to iron out those performance issues that so many players have been having. I've read that they've gotten a little better for some people, but still that doesn't excuse releasing a broken product. So that, of course, is a non-starter for a very good reason for a lot of people. I, however, did not have those performance issues outside of like the occasional stuttering and one or two crashes. So I got lucky in that regard, but I also have a fucking monster of a PC. So I want to give you my thoughts on it, and if you want to see the whole playthrough, it's up on Moist Critical Gaming. Go subscribe. Basically every game ever made I am playing over there. Anyway, High on Life 2 is such a significant improvement in every possible area over the first one. It is much more fun to play, and I think the main thing that contributes to that is their emphasis on movement. So in High on Life 2, you have a skateboard. You get it very, very early. And the skateboard is fun. It is fast. It gives you movement options. You get air dash. You get grinds and shit. There's a lot that you can do with the skateboard that makes the movement feel very, very fast, which is great. But it's not just that that's an improvement. So let's take it from the top. So I actually cared about the story and the characters in this one, which I would have never expected going into this because I hated every character in the first High on Life. But somehow in this one, it works. They had like a complete overhaul of their approach to writing characters and writing jokes and just the world around High on Life 2. And it works so much better. The way I describe this game is a modern 360 title. Every second I spent playing High on Life 2, I felt like I was in middle school again playing the Xbox 360 with some kind of wacky, zany game. It was really, really creative, especially its boss fights. Like, there is a boss in here that shrinks down to Ant-Man size, and you have to follow him by following his coffee stains that he leaves behind, which isn't the most creative part, but what happens is, when you do take down his health bar, you do, throw him up against the lockers and shake him down for his lunch money, he has a phase 2, but not in the way you think. He infiltrates the game itself. So what he does is he gets inside of your suit, and your suit is your UI, it's your menu. So now you as the player have to fight him in your suit, meaning you fight him throughout your menus. So like he's fucking around with your sliders and stuff, and you have to like fight him with hitting him with the slider. He's messing around with like character dialogue because there's an option to turn it up or off, which that's a great quality of life feature there. And he turns it to ultra, so you immediately just start like, you get panicked because the last thing you want is every character to go back to like High on Life 1 level where they won't shut the fuck up. And he's like exploiting that, and you have to like fight him to stop him from doing that. It is so... Anyone remember the plot to Kingsman where the bad guy had that special technology that had people's brains just kind of get fried and they all couldn't resist the urge to just kill each other? Just violence out the wazoo? Yeah, that technology exists right now. It's called Pokemon cards. There are so many fights breaking out from Pokemon scalpers, and there's some new ones that I want to show you today. I know I've already covered quite a few, but these are 3 brand new ones, fresh out of the oven here. These muffins are still steaming, and one of them gets pretty bloody. What started as a wholesome hobby for children has been completely hijacked by the stinkiest, greasiest, most aggressive losers you could ever possibly imagine. And they love to fight. You know, there's chemicals in the water turning the frogs gay and the scalpers violent, because it's getting brutal now. Anywhere that sells Pokemon cards has become the salty spittoon. It is a PvP-enabled zone. It is deplorable. Card shops getting robbed every single day, many times a day, actually. Armed robberies often too now, it seems. And now fights are becoming even more commonplace at businesses that sell Pokemon cards from these stinky fucking worms, man. It's crazy. Now, if you want to avoid being stinky and greasy and a loser, you better start showering using Cheeky soap. It's the best soap in the universe. Go to usecheeky.com right now. Get some of our soap.
Everyone just gonna look. I'll look.
No.
Nope, you didn't hit it, bud.
No, get the fuck out of here. For real?
Are you for real? Are you fucking kidding me?
Chill. We were sitting here for an hour. Chill.
One of those rare scenarios where everything and everyone in here seems peculiar. So this guy rolls up, I'm guessing he's got like his meta glasses on, so Dweeb kind of rolls up, scoots in sideways after locating the Pokemon card vending machine, and then goes to get a box out of it. There were 3 dudes standing in front of it, all on their phone, but they're not interacting with it. Even though the machine is on, it's functional, they're just standing there idly. I guess they all entered low power mode or something. So, like, it's clear they're there for the machine, but this guy cuts in front of them and goes for a box, and then one of the other guys activates and he says, nope, that's not going to happen, and then instantly, like, throws him against the shopping carts, like it's the WWE, so he's throwing him against the turnbuckle. And then the guy, like, grabs him by the neck, like Homer Simpson to Bart. And he says, are you kidding me? While, like, getting strangled. Now, the guy who went for the box was also instantly aggressive because the other guy's like, no, not going to happen. He's like, you didn't touch it, dude. So, like, if there was a legitimate confusion, I feel like he would have expressed that. Like, oh, sorry, I didn't know you were waiting. You were just standing there. I was unsure of what was going on. Like, I feel like if there was real, like, innocent confusion over not knowing if they were there to get something or if they were waiting for someone or something, he would have expressed that, as opposed to just like, snooze you lose, pal. I'm getting my Pokemon cards to scalp on Facebook Marketplace first. Sorry. Like, I feel like his response is already combative too, and then the other guy escalates by throwing him in the shopping carts. Then it leads to the neck grab there.
Chill with that, bro. You really gonna do that?
Are you really doing this?
Fuck the Falcons, by the way. Keep pounding, bro.
Oh, real cool. What the Gaber sitting here fucking clutching shit. Oh, good one, buddy.
You can actually hear the lump in this guy's throat starting to develop as the tears are welling there. Good one, buddy, he said, sniffling on the way out. Like, what do you even mean, good one? All he did was call you a pussy. Like, that's all. It's not like he was trying to roast you or anything. He just said you were a pussy. That's all. And he walked away saying, like, gay birds here talking shit, I think is what he said. Like, now, I again don't really understand what they were doing there. The guy said they'd been waiting for an hour. To do what? Like, the machine is still just sitting right there. Are they waiting for, like, a restock on the machine or something? Like, they're sitting there trying to spawn camp it, which has become extremely normal, by the way, for these fucking losers to stand around these Pokemon card vending machines like it's the magic conch out of SpongeBob. So I think maybe that's what they were doing. They were sitting there for an hour waiting for it to be restocked with the product they wanted. But in that case, why would it matter if this guy came up and got one of the boxes that none of them were interacting with in the first place? I don't really get it. It doesn't make sense to me unless I'm misunderstanding what they were doing there for an hour. This whole thing is so odd, and I can't even imagine the shamelessness to get handsy and, like, pugilistic over your placement in the Pokemon card vending machine queue, or like trying to cut in there to desperately get your paws on a Pokemon box there. Like, to start like fighting over it is so cringe, man. These scalpers, Like, I don't know how they don't have any shame at all. It's impressive. So creative. And then there's so many like mini games in that fight. So like there's a section where you have to like chase him through like your face mask, and the only way to get him is like you have to stab yourself in the eye with knifey. And you're literally stabbing yourself while he's playing basically Donkey Kong. It's really creative is what I'm saying. They actually went kind of whole hog into just, fuck it, we're just going to send the silliest ideas and hopefully people like it. And I really appreciated that. I really like the vibe of just, here's a crazy little wacky boss fight with mechanics that really come out of nowhere and don't make any sense in a lot of cases, but are really fun to engage with like a ton of tiny little mini games within the fight. I really appreciated the creativity of things like that. And like I said, the story is already better. The characters don't talk as much and the writing on them is better, so it's not as nauseating, it's not as eye-rolling. That's not to say everything hits. There's a lot of shits. There's a lot of jokes in here that definitely don't land, but for the most part, it's a lot better. It's a huge improvement in its writing. And another huge improvement is its gameplay. Like, it is much tighter. High on Life 1, I thought, was so janky and so slow, it was just a slog every time you got into a gunfight. Here, it's really enjoyable. They don't really change the formula all that much or anything, but with the addition of the skateboard making it faster, and also just the guns being fun to use here, like I think there's a lot of like creativity with the guns. Of course, you have like the trick hole things that you can use that change the way that you approach a fight. So like Creature, for example, you mind control an enemy, he'll fight with you for a while, and you shoot out his like kids that'll do damage and like start fighting the enemies for you. And you're skateboarding around the whole time, and you can fling your skateboard at people to hit them with it and do damage. The melee is kind of non-existent. Like, there's not a whole lot to do with melee. You just swing knifey sometimes for a little bit of damage, so it's not like there's like a big, emphasis on melee or anything. But overall, the gunplay was better, the gameplay was tighter, and it was faster. So it's just a huge improvement across the board in its gameplay. Now, I do want to make it clear that doesn't mean that it's like the best gunplay you'll ever play in your life, but it is good. Like, it's above serviceable. Like, I enjoyed fighting things in the game. But it's very bare bones, and enemy variety is kind of non-existent, so you're fighting the same enemies a million times over and over and over again. And the upgrades you get for your guns are mainly like ammo count, damage count, and then there are occasionally like a couple of like tweaks to the guns that you can find through upgrades, which are, appreciated. But for the most part, it's very simple stuff. Like, there's nothing overly deep about its gameplay or its mechanics. It's all very simple, but it's done well enough that it's enjoyable. Another nice thing about the game is there's quite a bit to do. So I spent 9 hours on it, and I only did one side quest. I didn't do like a whole lot of exploring or side quests. I did like a little bit, but not much. And I was looking into it. There is like actually quite a lot of meat on the bones here. There is a handful of like important stuff outside of the main story, and a lot of like really creative things as well. So like there's an escape room that you can do, which is completely optional. I didn't even find it in my playthrough, even when I was exploring. And it can actually change the entire ending. I don't want to spoil it. It's a very, very cool thing that can unfold. And there's a lot of things like that in High on Life 2. So if you're someone that really likes to get lost in a world and likes to see, some things change as a result of choices you make, High on Life 2 actually has that. Which, again, I would have never fucking expected. The end of the game, a lot of choices I made throughout the game ended up playing a significant role. Again, I don't want to spoil it, because it's very, very creative in how it utilizes your choices at the end. It was impressive. Really, everything about High on Life 2 shocked me. Because, again, I hated the first one, and I had no expectations at all with this one. And I was kind of blown away. Now, not to get like carried away here, the game isn't like, a masterpiece or anything. It's still got plenty of flaws. And like I said, it is a very, very simple game. But I think that's what made me appreciate it so much. It really made me feel like I was playing like a 2009 Xbox 360 game that just unapologetically threw all kinds of quirky fucking ideas at the wall and just threw them all in a pot and, popped this puppy out here. And some of it works, some of it doesn't. And I really enjoyed that. I really, really did. So yeah, I wanted to just make a review on this one because this is probably the most surprised I've been with a game in a while. It's not my favorite game of the year or anything. That still goes to Neo 3, but man, was this delightful. That's really about it. So yeah. I just learned of an alarming story that happened right here in my own backyard in this beautiful swamp I call a home, Florida. This is my swamp. I'm like Shrek if he got hit by a shrink ray and then did a fusion dance with Lord Farquaad. Born and raised here, I love this place. But it's time we be honest here, sports fans. There's some fucking problems afoot. In Miami Beach, police were dispatched to a woman's home, confronting her at her residence, all over a Facebook comment she made that they didn't really like. I'm going to show you two clips from this interaction here. One of them is like the director's cut, I'm assuming from the full video, like the raw upload, but it's from Washington Post, and they did their best to fuck it in the butt. Like, the quality is negative 240p, the audio is scratchy. I don't know if they downloaded it like 4 million times as a joke just to degrade the quality as much as possible, but I just wanted to give you a fair warning that this first clip I'm showing, so that way you can see the very beginning of this interaction, then I will cut to a much cleaner upload of it. But I think it's important you at least get the beginning too, the intro.
Charged with the crime. You're not. Okay, so you're here to investigate a statement that I allegedly made on Facebook.
We're not 100% it's you. We gotta see you first.
If I admit that it's me or not, what does that mean?
Ma'am, you're not going to jail. We're just here to have a conversation.
You're not going to jail. Wonderful. Excuse me. Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm a cop chick.
Hi, nice to meet you, Detective Gino.
Nice to meet you. I am recording this.
You can
Just
record,
for the record.
You can record all you want.
How can I help you?
We're just, let me see right.
Again, I don't know how the quality of this section got so shitty when the rest of the uploads that happen after this are much cleaner. It feels like it's done on purpose. It looks like the fucking footage from The Dark Knight when the Joker's like torturing that guy. I don't know why it looks so bad here, but I think it's important context where the officers arrived at her doorstep to interrogate her about a Facebook comment she may or may not have left, and it's pretty clear this is an intimidation tactic and also a very clear violation of Americans' First Amendment rights.
Picture to make sure it's you. We're not sure.
Okay.
Is that your account?
There's nothing threatening in here or calling for violence at all. This, whether you agree with her statement or not, is protected speech, and she shouldn't have to fear the fucking speech police showing up at her door, the goof troop arriving, interrogating her over a Facebook comment. At first I thought this could potentially be faked, outrage bait or something, but this has been covered by news outlets, and there's even a statement from the Miami Beach Police Department, and they are defending the action, saying, the Miami Beach Police Department was made aware of a social media post containing potentially inflammatory commentary referencing a Miami Beach elected official in light of recent national concerns regarding anti-Semitism, and out of an abundance of caution, the department assessed the post for any potential safety implications. Basically, the thought police rolled in, the hall monitors came in deep, scooting in sideways, in order to intimidate an American citizen named Raquel Pacheco, all because she expressed criticism on their mayor, Stephen Miner, which is this slimy bozo right here. By the way, I didn't purposefully choose an unflattering photo of Stephen. That's his Wikipedia photograph. He is just that unpleasant looking, I suppose. Now, thankfully, this story has exploded. It's causing outrage nationwide, as it should, because this is completely indefensible. And because it's gotten so big, there have been people that are trying to spin some kind of false narrative and presenting baloney as though it's facts. And it's people saying shit like, this is what happens when you elect a Democrat. Democrat Stephen Miner did this. When that's just not true. Any drooling goober right now can just go to Google, activate a few neurons, type in Stephen Miner's name, and find out he's not a Democrat. Stephen Miner is actually a former Republican who switched to no party affiliation in 2018. It seems like he made that switch shortly after a scandal came to light. But regardless, he is not a Democrat, never has been. I saw something weird today. It comes from TMZ. It's a surveillance camera clip of a guy sniffing a sofa right after an underage girl had got up and left from it. And this clip actually sparked a bit of a debate online, as everything seems to nowadays. Even something as objectively gross and unacceptable as this. There's no audio in the clip. Everyone's just been uploading this with different royalty-free stock beep beep boop bop music like Mr. Krabs was listening to in SpongeBob, so I just went ahead and muted that. That was apparently an underage girl that just got up and left, and this guy wanders in there and immediately just beelines like a homing missile to the sofa where she was once sitting and just dives in like he's bobbing for apples, gets a big huff, and then just leaves. This happened at a dance studio, and apparently one of the owners had contacted the police to report the disturbing incident. The cops watched the video, felt it was strange behavior, investigated, discovered his identity, and were determining whether or not criminal charges are warranted. The girl was apparently leaving a dance lesson, and then he executed Operation Super Sniffer while another dance lesson was in progress. I feel like any normal person would watch that and agree that that is disgusting, creepy shit that is definitely warranting some kind of punishment. I don't know what the charges would be. I don't know if they've written into law, you know, illegal sniffing or something, but I have to imagine there's gotta be something, right? Like, this is behavior that has to have some kind of repercussions. He walks into this dance studio after this child leaves that sofa, and it seems like his main goal there is to sniff where she was. Now, it does seem like there is like a cut between when she leaves and when he enters. I don't know how much time elapsed, but he immediately has like a mission in mind. Like, he goes in there with a plan and does it right away, then leaves after smelling it. I don't know if he's even on a phone call. Maybe that's just a ruse. But, I mean, if he is, he's talking to somebody on the phone. Oh, yeah, business. Business, and then excuses himself from the dance studio. Like, it's fucking weird. Since there's not a ton of information about this, it's been a lot of speculation on what he's even doing there in the first place. Because it's not like he just ended up there by pure coinkydink. He didn't just spawn in the second that girl left the sofa. He was clearly already there. And the question then becomes, why? Maybe he has a child that also attends the same dance studio, which would be extremely concerning. I also have to imagine this isn't his first rodeo with this kind of shit, considering he just so brazenly does this just in public here, while there is another dance lesson going on as well. Like, absolutely, like, no hesitation or anything. He just walks in there, he gives like a little hand gesture, like he was doing a Jedi mind trick to an ant or something, and then he just immediately goes for it. This is a sick freak. Now, as I mentioned, this clip has actually had a bit of a debate with people defending him, if you can believe that. And I'm sure you can believe that, because that is the state of the world right now. The biggest thing people are saying to fight for this guy's honor is that maybe he didn't know that that girl was underage. Maybe he thought that was an adult. Okay, let's play ball with that game theory. Let's assume he thought this was an adult instead of a child. It's still creepy, fucking gross behavior. Even if he did this not at a dance studio but at a bar, it would still be some unacceptable degenerate shit. If he's just spying on women, waiting for them to get up from their seat so that way he can march over there, fee-fi-fo-fumming his way so he could stick his nose where their ass once was in order to get a whiff of the fumes there, freaky style, that would still be fucking weird. Like, it doesn't change that fact. This is unacceptable behavior. And the fact that he does this where a child was sitting makes it significantly worse. I then also saw people unironically saying that maybe he had smelt something bad and wanted to check where it was coming from to make sure everything was okay, like a gas leak or something. Which, I gotta tell ya, sports fans, that is lunacy, to actually be trying to make that argument in this case. How many of you, when you smell something bad, your instinct is to go shove your whole face into it? Like, if I smell dog shit and it's like, oh boy, this is yucky, I'm not immediately going to bury myself in that dog shit to confirm the bad smell. Like, this guy was damn near rolling around in the sofa. Like, there is no world where this guy was just trying to investigate a yucky smell to figure out where it was coming from and what was going on. And it doesn't look like he smells something bad, by the way. He's not like, oh, like he's not scrunching his face up. It looks like he is like delighted to go right where that girl was sitting on the sofa so he could get a big smell of it. I finally did it. I finally finished Andor Season 2. I went back and rewatched all of Season 1 and then Season 2, which is why it's taken me so embarrassingly long to finish it. I really liked Season 1. I didn't review it at the time, though, because it took me a while to finish it. And back then, when I was still doing moist meters, I figured if you're not first, you're last. I thought if too much time passed, no one would care. But I'd always talked very positively about Andor Season 1 on streams. But now that I don't do moist meters per se anymore, now I just do really thorough reviews from the perspective of a Cro-Magnon man. So I don't feel like there's a time limit on that anymore. I don't feel like, the opinion's not worthwhile anymore because, the shit's already been in the toilet bowl steaming. Who cares? It's done and dusted. I no longer have that philosophy. So I'm even more tardy to the party with Andor Season 2 here, and don't give a fuck, because I really want to talk about this. It is some of the finest television you'll find. And I mean that genuinely. It's not just good for Star Wars, it is just good in general. This is like some really intelligent writing. And I know that makes me sound like a fucking Rick and Morty Redditor, but this is one of the actual smartest shows I've seen when it comes to their villains and their schemes. But not just the villains. The villains are so fucking smart and conniving that it forces all of the heroes, the people that you root for, to also be even smarter to try and stay ahead of it or try and use that to their advantage. It's such an incredible show. Like, I mean this sincerely. It is the best Star Wars that Disney has produced, by far, but also some of the best Star Wars produced in general since the original trilogy. And I know a lot of people have shared that sentiment, and before I finished Season 2, I didn't really see that because the first couple of episodes I watched when they dropped, and they didn't hook me. Not in the same way that Andor Season 1 did, which is why I kind of petered off and waited so long. They didn't grip me. But after those first 3 episodes, the whole picture comes into focus, and what they create here is nothing shy of a masterpiece. And it is a tragedy that so many Star Wars fans wrote this off as something that they wouldn't support because it's too dark. Like, what the fuck even is that criticism? We're not allowed to have, like, mature shows in Star Wars. There are a lot of people unironically arguing that Star Wars is supposed to be for everyone of all ages all the time, which this show is definitely not. A lot of viewers will find a lot of instances in here very disturbing. So they said that because this show is more gritty and dark, it's not a Star Wars show, and it shouldn't be supported as such, which I think is so stupid. To actually lobby against a show that is actually trying to deliver something special, something thought-provoking, and be like, nope, that's bad. That's real bad. We don't tackle those kind of themes in Star Wars. We need mind-numbing slop. What we need is to be fed more fucking bland garbage like Book of Boba Fett. Can we get a Season 2, please? It makes me upset, because this show is incredible. And I know a lot of people have sung its praises and given it its flowers, but I still don't think it's enough. This donut deserves more glaze. It's not up to my satisfaction here. I'm gluttonous when it comes to the praise that Andor, I think, deserves. So, if you know nothing about Andor, it follows the rebellion. Literal, like, boots on the ground, grassroots rebellion. We follow Cassian Andor. He's looking for his sister. And through his search, he ends up killing 2 Imperial agents. And this murder, well, it gets him into some hot water, which, series of dominoes start to fall over, leads him to a man named Luthen. An incredible character. He is the one that's really trying to just put as much tinder on the fire as possible to build into a rebellion to finally bring down the Empire. And he knows that he is trying to lead this group to a treasure he himself cannot possess. He knows he will never see the fruits of his labor, but he does it because he believes so strongly in it. And we follow this rebellion as they fight against an extremely smart, thorough, and patient empire. They have ISB agents that are always coming up with plans to use propaganda, use false flag operations, and use all kinds of underhanded tactics in their tool belt to try and snuff out these flames and try and find the rebellion and stop it. They are ruthless, merciless, but they're not like dumb, and they're not just like always a show of force. So like stormtroopers, they're like intimidating here. They're not just like goofy cartoon characters that are just like, you know, miss every single shot. The stormtroopers, when they are here, like, you know, shit's serious now. They make them scary in the context of this series. They don't always just rely on going in nuts to butts, guns blazing to just kill rebels. They have to destroy the idea of rebelling. They have to tackle it in creative ways. They can't just go and conquer Gorman, for example, which is a huge part of Season 2. And what everything builds to, ultimately, is Gorman and the secret resources that the Empire needs from Gorman for their top secret weapon that they're building. If you've got your thinking caps on, you can probably wager a pretty strong guess on what that might be, Death Star. And they know they can't just go into Gorman and just like strip mine, destroy the planet, full stop, you know, caution to the wind. They can't do that. They can't just send in the droids and throw the kitchen sink at this planet. It has political power. So they have to use propaganda. They have to try and like subtly plant these seeds of inciting violence from the Gormans to fight back against the Empire, so the Empire can use it as a convenient excuse to snuff out this rebellion and get the favor of the general galaxy and the rest of the Senate. They can't just go in there and just start murdering everyone all willy-nilly, loosey-goosey. It is so smart. It is a show that's not just all about like action. You won't see a lightsaber turning on at any point. You won't see someone fucking force choking somebody. You won't see a ton of fights. But when you do see those conflicts, they mean something. They are so big in scale for what they actually mean in the galaxy here. It's so good. And the character work is so amazing. So like one thing, like I mentioned, Cassian was searching for a sister. Well, you know I get into spoilers. I don't remember if I gave a spoiler warning. I've kind of been talking kind of broadly at the moment, but I'm going to give you the spoiler warning now, just in case. In the beginning of the show, Cassian is looking for his sister. That leads him to eventually getting down this path on the rebellion, but he never actually finds his sister. Some people might find that to be an unresolved plotline that might be unsatisfactory. In a lot of cases, I would agree, like, why would you set that up if there's no actual closure there? But in this show, her purpose isn't to really be found. Her purpose of just like existing as this idea that Cassian chases that leads him here is far stronger than if he would have had this sibling reunion. So him never finding his sister, it didn't feel like just an oversight or something. It actually made sense. Pretty much everything gets resolved, and even the stuff that kind of doesn't, like that, there's a reason for it that fits really well in the universe there. But by far my favorite character is Luthen. Luthen, he is not a good guy per se. He operates in the morally gray for what is the greater good. So he'll do some very questionable things, and he lies to everyone, he manipulates, he uses everyone, and he's got no qualms about just executing someone he thinks might be a liability. Like if you've got Bubble Guts on a mission and he thinks you might just like break some wind, you know, let out a little wet fart, he will just blast you and throw you into a dumpster. Like he does some things where he will just put someone down after they've outlived their usefulness, just on the slim chance that the Empire could use them against him. And you know that that's like a bad thing he did, that was evil, but you also understand why he did it. He never compromises on his morals or anything like that. He is very upfront about who he is and why he does what he does, and god damn it is he effective at it. Without Luthen, the rebellion doesn't get to the point that it reaches. But once again, as he said, he is leading them to a sunrise he will never get to see. For all of his effort, everyone in the rebellion doesn't trust him. Pretty much everyone hates him. Even the people that owe their life to Luthen, they don't love him. Like, they appreciate what he's done, but they're not very Luthen positive. And it's tragic, but sensible. It's a show that, like, really respects the viewer's ability to actually get invested. Like, it's a show that doesn't just spoon feed you everything. It's a show that respects your intelligence as a viewer. So when it's setting up all of these complex themes and all of these, like, moving parts about what the Empire's doing and why, and how the rebellion is going to try and fight against it, it does it slowly, over the course of multiple episodes, and then builds into a huge pay. Nina Lin has quickly become one of my least favorite streamers, which is an impressive accolade considering how few streams I watch these days. She really speedran this. Her and Jack Doherty occupy a very special place online of just being highly unlikable, annoying, insufferable assholes. And in Nina Lin's case, it's exceptionally frustrating considering she has broadcast herself sexually assaulting a man before, and then even treating it as a joke later on, even after like some fucking crocodile tears about how she understands that it was wrong or whatever, or why people might think it was bad. She herself has kind of made light of it since then. So, sexual assault superstar Nina Lin has continued to stream even after broadcasting that crime, and her content's only really elevated since then. She's broadcast more crimes, and today she's been banned for her 3rd time in 6 weeks. You couldn't hit me in the head with a sledgehammer enough times to make me delusional enough to believe that Twitch is permanently banning her. My hunch is that this will be 3 days, or potentially up to a week. Tops. Absolute maximum I see this being is a week, and that's if all the stars align and Dan Clancy stops gooning for a minute to maybe try and, like, keep her stream down for a little bit to try and maybe put on a strong face of teaching her a lesson. But it won't be permanent. I think Twitch has made it very clear they don't actually take sexual assault that seriously when it's a woman doing it to a man. That is kind of the impression that a lot of people walk away from now, considering what Nina Lin has done. She is the sexual assault superstar and has now quickly become the face of degeneracy on Twitch, and they don't seem to mind. So, I want to show you a few clips since the sexual assault, which I already made a video going over, that are showcasing some of the lowlights that she proudly broadcasts on Twitch. We'll go ahead and start with the obvious. This is what people think is the reason behind her ban, where she stole items from Target on stream, and then when people in chat were speculating whether or not she actually stole them, she made sure to confirm that she indeed did steal those Target items, and in fact has stolen many more that you guys don't know about, which she openly just admits to and says, get fucked.
Oh no, he's wildin'. I'm telling you, bro, even if it was the stakes, bro, yo, bro, ain't nobody missing no fucking money, bitch. Calm the fuck down. No Target is not losing no type of fucking money from some stakes, bitch. Right? Ass fucking bum ass steaks. I don't give a shit. Matter of fact, put this on Twitter too. Your mom's a bitch, you's a bitch, and happy holidays, all you hoes is bitches.
A Shakespearean way with words. It is miserable listening to her struggle to throw together sentences because she is constantly in this persona where she's trying to portray a character that's like so tough and no nonsense, bitch that, fuck that, and that's all she ever says. So everything that leaves her mouth has to have that same like bravado to it. Oh my god, it's so cringe. She's so desperate to appear tough and uncaring, unfiltered. Yeah, she'll get a little crude, but that's Nina Lin's brand, baby. She tells it like it is. That's sexual assault superstar Nina Lin right there in all her glory.
Go ahead, put that on Twitter. I bet you won't. I bet you won't. Just put that on Twitter. I bet you won't. Yeah. No. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck, bitch. I don't give a fuck. Happy holidays, whores. Yo, like, I don't give a shit. Oh, hold on. Oh, matter of fact, you want to make a news? I got these from Target too, guys. Look, I got these from Target too. Guess how much I paid? $3.99. Get mad, bitch!
Good one, Nina. A real slam dunk. Also, nothing says not giving a fuck quite like feeling the need to remind people of it constantly. The amount of times she has to reiterate she doesn't give a fuck kind of makes me think she does actually care. That just doesn't really seem like the behavior of someone that really doesn't, if she is just constantly having to say that.
So we call on Monday.
Oh, ma'am. Damn.
Oh. And the language that you're using in front of a 13-year-old, I don't appreciate either.
This is a public space. I'm going to let you know that right now, man. This is a public space, you know, so.
Well, and we wait our turn like grown-ups.
No,
In a
100%.
public space.
And I'm just letting you know that, you know, sometimes you can also ask, hey, would you like to please use normal language in front of my daughter? That would have been great too.
I think in a public space we kind of have an understanding.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that wall is blocking, you know, it's like,
Well, I appreciate you cleaning it up now.
Oh, of course. Like, I just don't think there's an issue. You know, not everything has to be public.
This is like...
This is like the most Karen argument. I cannot.
I don't know, I just don't really think it's a big Karen moment here, to be honest with you, Nina. She was pretty polite in asking you to just maybe pump the brakes on those sentence enhancers you like to toss around loosey-goosey, considering her daughter is right there and is a child. Also, you're in a fucking nail salon where people are supposed to be going to relax, and instead now you're in there filming and being just like a giant annoying pest. I think it's pretty reasonable to just ask you to maybe have a little bit of class there. But I don't know, maybe I'm on the crack pipe. This is Nina's world and we're all just props in it, obviously. You know what? I already see the error of my ways here. Who are we to question sexual assault superstar Nina Lynn on how she conducts herself and her behavior?
I appreciate the apology.
Great.
Oh shit.
1, 2.
Sir, do not be recording.
Oh, no, it's just me. It's just me. That's me. We got no one else on there. We can't do that either.
Yeah.
1, 2. We had to.
Yes, yes.
Right, we had to do that. Yeah, right. Fuck. Bitch. Shit.
I don't know what's more pathetic in this clip, her or the guy she points to pretending to laugh really hard at this so that way he can get a crumb of attention from Nina Lynn. Both are really bad, but I think Nina Lynn's probably still more of a sad specimen. Very good one again, Nina. Her comedy stylings are top tier. Did you see the way she said fuck, bitch, and shit there? Because the joke, just to explain the joke, it's a bit of a thinking man's joke. That mother asked her to not do that around children, and even the employee here of the business asked her not to film them. And Nina Lynn pretends they weren't filming them, even though I saw the employees, I saw everyone that wasn't Nina Lynn too. She was filming everybody else as well, despite which she lied to them saying that it's just her. It's not. It wasn't. But don't worry, according to Nina Lynn, this business is actually her playground. It's a public space, according to Nina Lynn. She can do whatever the fuck she wants in here, baby.
Work around here, and like y'all are affecting my livelihood.
No, Dad, what's your
affecting? What is my issue?
Yo, what's the problem?
That y'all are coming
Dad,
in
what's the
here
problem?
and you're causing
Who are you?
so many.
And who are you? Do you own this one? Do you own this one?
Do I know? No.
Oh man, you actually got to see it in real time there. The moths to the flame. These vermin. These fucking parasites. They smelt conflict and they came over with their fucking lights and selfie sticks because that's content, baby. So Nina Lynn, her heart is beating. She knows she's got a clip on her hands because now she's going to argue with this woman who is expressing her concern over them being disruptive. Apparently, background is she viewed their behavior like this big group of people as like a nuisance and being disruptive. So she confronted them directly about it. But I'm gonna be honest, sports fans, I don't think she knows the pickle she's about to find herself in. She has now just started an unskippable cutscene with the sexual assault superstar Nina Lynn, and it's about to get messy.
So what's your issue? No, what's your issue, Dad?
What's my issue?
But you pressing me for no reason. You pressing me for no reason. What's your problem? Are you good, bro? Are you dead ass good?
Yeah. Hey, on fucking camera.
What's up?
I'm surrounded
You're
by
weird as
20
fuck.
of you.
You're weird as fuck.
You can act like a victim.
You act like a victim? Is that what you want to do?
Watching Nina and her posse handle anything is just... It's worse than nails on a chalkboard. It is hard to sit still because it is just so unbelievably annoying. So now they're like surrounding this woman here and all talking at once, and Nina's like threatening, "Do you want the smoke?" Like, oh my god.
No, you're not. I'll tell you one thing. I smack the shit out of you, bitch.
What happened?
For real. Weird ass bitch. She's a weird ass. Hold on, bro. And I used to work too, bitch. So what's up? So what's up?
And if there's any justice in the world, Nina, those days will be upon us again, with you getting another job that's not streaming. Maybe I'm wrong and this is a permanent ban. That would be a joyous celebration. But anyway, you can see in the comfort of her huge group here, she feels very confident to threaten to smack the shit out of this woman, all because she dared say like she didn't appreciate this huge group filming and what they were doing there. And to Nina, those are fighting words. So she even breaks free like a dog off its leash in order to get right back up in her face angry. And then it continues for like another minute or so, with just Nina steaming, angry, upset, because this woman dared say like, hey, you being this loud and obnoxious is affecting me and like the business here, which I think is a pretty reasonable take based on everything I've seen here, especially with the way the group handles it, where they all come over, fucking cameras in face, lights in face, just constantly insulting her and everything, trying to make her like the joke to the stream for Nina's content. It's so fucking unbearably cringe. I really hope she stays banned. I just know that's not going to happen. Would love to be proven wrong, though, Twitch. I guess we'll see. I'm sure if she's unbanned, she will continue to go back to committing crimes on streams. She loves to do that, it seems, and Twitch loves to turn the other cheek to it and pretend it's not happening. Anyway, I guess that's kind of all I wanted to talk about with this, so that's really about it. See ya. Happy New Year, 2025 going to the rear view as we go headstrong into 2026 with a smile on our face. As of me making this video right now, we're about like an hour out from the New Year's Eve ball dropping in New York. I don't know why I said an hour out. I even looked at the time. It's 9:30 p.m. as of me making this, so pretty substantial rounding down. Doesn't matter. What does matter, though, is that ball, that sacred orb, convinces people to literally shed themselves of basic dignity and human instinct in order to wait for hours upon hours in the cold temperatures in New York, unmoving, unwavering, just so they can watch it happen in person. And the meta has been for a while, if you attend one of these, you wear a diaper, so that way you don't have to like lose your spot to go find a bathroom to relieve yourself. You just piss and shit yourself right then and there. So every year you see the horror stories and the aftermath about people that literally just fucking bowels explode, asshole prolapses, pee all over the place, all just so they can watch the ball drop. And I had a few friends of mine send me a video, I guess is floating around a lot today, about a guy who got interviewed on his strategy for handling nature's call, and he uses pads. This is actually from a couple years ago, but the meta hasn't changed, and I'll show you a clip from today.
If you leave and you have to use the bathroom or even get water,
You lose your
spot.
spot.
That's the problem.
So what do you do with the bathroom?
What do you do? I'll show you exactly what you do. Okay? Hold on. Let me see. Let me try and find this here.
Okay, now I
see these pads?
Yeah.
You have to pee in these pads. Let me show
But
you.
you're a man. What do you do if you're a woman?
Everybody's equal. Nobody's any different.
What an inspirational, uplifting message. We're all equal. Nobody's different. If you're there in New York for the ball drop, you're surrounded by piss. It's a goddamn flood of it, and everyone's doing it. You're not cool unless you pee your pants. Men, women, they're all doing it. It's just a matter of what apparatus they're using to catch it. This guy here's got his go-go gadget period pads out for his urine. Lord help us if he has to take a shit. You know that's probably going straight onto the ground, because I don't think the pads are built to handle that kind of heft. But, you know, this is pretty standard procedure for New Year's Eve in New York. For some reason, people have convinced themselves that seeing that ball drop is the most important thing for the start of the upcoming year. So they're willing to usher in the next year with piss and poop in their pants. It blows my mind. I don't get it. I truly don't get it. That is miserable. Not only are you pissing and shitting yourself, but everyone around you is too. You are in a sea of filth. It is a cesspool. You are basically in a communal latrine, diving in there just to watch 60 seconds of a ball dropping in front of you. Now, of course, there's concerts and stuff, but you're probably not seeing those if you're like that guy at the front of the line, you know, barging his way. It's so weird how every single game that comes out right now needs to have some kind of grand debate about it. Like, controversy needs to surround every game as gamers desperately try and find something to hate about every single title that comes out. And the latest argument leaving bodies in its wake has to be the dumbest I've seen so far, with people pretending to care about the absence of swimming mechanics in the new Mafia game. I'm starting to think maybe those 5G towers actually did do something to people's brains, because this shit is fried. A clip went viral on Twitter where they showed that Mafia: The Old Country doesn't have swimming. But it turns out it's also incorrect, and there is a swimming animation in the game. It's just this game doesn't use swimming. It's not an open world game in the first place, by the way, yet so many people were outraged and kept shaking their fist and planting their Dorito-crusted swamp ass all over this game's reputation, calling the developers lazy for not adding swimming. This is what's wrong with modern gaming. No swimming. They don't care about the detail. My immersion is ruined. Like, what are you, 6 years old? Your immersion? What, you need to see the character do a fucking breaststroke in order to clap in your chair and enjoy the game? Like, what the fuck? It is not an open world game. Some of the greatest games of all time don't have swimming in there. I didn't see anyone making a big hoopla when Elden Ring didn't have swimming mechanics and water levels. People just genuinely want every game to fail and will find the most outlandish things to pretend to be upset about in regards to them. I know that was devastating to look at. What you just bore witness to was Gamers 9/11. No swimming in Mafia: The Old Country. Instead, an invisible wall prevents you from frolicking in the sun and splashing around in the water. It's heartbreaking. It's horrifying, actually. I'm gonna have a conniption. Who gives a fuck? This is not an open world game. It is not a series that has ever been known for its swimming. In fact, in the entire Mafia franchise, there is one game that lets you swim in a limited capacity, and it's Mafia 3, the one everybody hates. Like, this is ridiculous to pretend that this matters to you. I don't understand. It's such a stupid thing to get up in arms about, especially because this game is doing exactly what a lot of people have been crying about wanting more of. It is a $50 game, by the way. It is not the overpriced $70 or $80 experiences now that we've been getting fucking shoveled down our throats. It is $50, meaning it is a reasonably priced AAA game, which is extremely refreshing. There's only a handful of these, like notably Expedition 33. And it is also a linear, single-player game with a huge focus on its narrative. Exactly things people have been demanding more of in the AAA space. Now this comes out and people still aren't pleased because they can't go into the deep water. They can't go live out their immersive fantasy of being a mob-associated mermaid. Like, this is stupid. Why bloat a game like this with mechanics that aren't even utilized like swimming? But here's the thing, what's even more fucking crazy. They did add swimming animations to it for the sake of immersion. It's just you can't go out into the sunset like that. You can jump into deep water and you will swim before being brought back to shore. I forgot to turn my face cam off while watching that so you can get the real-time Charles reaction to seeing this riveting piece of information surface about the swimming animation actually being present in Mafia: The Old Country, contrary to the popular belief spread around Twitter. And as with everything, it is impossible for people to admit that they were wrong, so when this information hit the mainstream, people said, oh, it's even lazier than I thought. Oh, so there is swimming animations, but it just fades to black and you're back on the dock? Oh my god, this is deplorable. I will never buy another game from this company ever. The laziness is palpable. They're getting paid to do fucking nothing over there. When this is like literally the exact thing tons of other games that are beloved do. Try swimming in Arkham Knight or something. See what happens. It's exactly the same. It's just, people are so desperate to find the most trivial things to harp on for a reason to hate a new game. And this isn't even a game I have any interest in playing myself, by the way. I initially thought it'd be fun to play through, but then when I watched some other streamers play it, it didn't really seem like I'd be overly invested in it. But now, out of pure spite for this controversy, I feel like diving in. It's just so infuriating. Because, I mean, like I said, this game does a lot of things that people have been begging for in the space for a while. Reasonably priced, story-driven, single-player. Like, it is people have been hoping for more of those, and now it's here, and it's still not good enough because the swimming wasn't up to their standards. It's just craziness. I find it hard to believe that these are real people. I just have a hard time coming to terms with losers like this actually existing. It's such a meaningless argument to have. Because even if let's say this game did have swimming, there would equally be a chance that it would have been controversial to have swimming because people would say, you can swim in Mafia the Old Country, yet they never use it in the game. What a waste of development time. What a waste of budget. Why even hire people to work on swimming in a game that doesn't use it? Bloat. Like, it could have easily swung the other way, too, if they did have swimming. Like, I've seen that complaint plenty of times from games that offer a ton of mechanics, many of which don't even get utilized. People say it was a waste of time, a waste of resources and money. So, you can't really win. Like, the absence of swimming here is like the most useless shit ever, because in so many games, like I mentioned, you can't swim. It's not like this is exclusive to just this, and it's not exclusive to just modern games either. Go back 10 years, 20 years, whatever. Some of the best games ever made do not have swimming in them. Like, it is just an immutable fact. If a game doesn't require swimming, if it doesn't necessitate having swimming mechanics, why bother putting them in there? It doesn't even do anything for immersion anyway. The only place where you could have swimming and not really need a focus on it would be in like an open world game, which this is not. It is a story-driven, linear, single-player game. So why the fuck would you even bother wasting the time putting it there to begin with? It's just so brain dead. Now, I have been someone that's been pretty vocal about how modern games don't do a lot of the small stuff that older games used to. The best example of this is Left 4 Dead versus Back 4 Blood. Left 4 Dead spent a ton of time crafting really immersive gore elements that really breathed a lot of life into the game. It was extremely impressive and it looked amazing. Back 4 Blood, a much more recent game, like a decade after Left 4 Dead almost, didn't have anything near that level. And it's not just this example, like there are just so many modern games that don't do what a lot of the earlier games did when it comes to like destructible environments or like small things built in the game. Even just super simple stuff like having a plethora of animations that could possibly play depending on where you shoot an enemy or something. Nowadays, instead of spending all of that time and money on those like small elements, they'll focus more on like the big ticket stuff, the big picture things, as opposed to like these really small handcrafted details that used to be more prominent in earlier games. And that is an art that I miss. I wish there was more of it, but this is not an example of that. This is not like a modernized, lazy dev, cutting corners type situation. This is literally a game that doesn't use swimming, doesn't need swimming, not having swimming, yet they do still have an animation for it should you choose to jump into the water. So, like, they did actually care about the immersion and detail to at least put in a swimming animation that'll play briefly before getting out of the water. Like, I think they did everything correctly when it comes to that. Anyway, I'll stop yapping about it. This shit is cringe. It was a stupid argument. This should have never been controversial in the first place. It's dumb. That's really about it. So, yeah. I wasn't home much yesterday, so I missed a lot of the happenings from the last 24 hours, but today I happened to see a wacky headline. Nicki Minaj praises J.D. Vance as assassin as Erica Kirk sits next to her. This was apparently at something called AmFest, where Nicki Minaj went up on stage to celebrate Trump and a bunch of stuff or whatever, and then I guess while she was busy glazing and gobbling on like the administration's wiener, she tried to pay J.D. Vance a compliment by calling him an assassin, which obviously raises some eyebrows as Erica Kirk sits right next to her. whose husband was literally assassinated. Ordinarily, I'd put the clip here so you could hear it for yourself, but I don't want to take a chance of DMCA, especially with how rampant that kind of shit's been going on. You can watch it yourself if you want, though, but she immediately recognizes the blunder. She kind of scholars mated herself there by using that word. To me, it probably sounds like an Austin Powers type moment where it, you know, don't say mole, don't say mole, don't say mole, mole. Where she was trying so hard not to use the word assassin, but then for some reason, her fucking neurons couldn't fire properly, and all she could think of for a compliment for J.D. Vance was that he's an assassin. And Erica Kirk tries to, like, you know, dispel the awkwardness and, like, reassure her, like, it's okay and try and make light of it and move on from it. But what a weird compliment to try and pay somebody. Like, who says that? Oh, this guy's, like, so epic. He's so awesome. Like, he's an assassin. That's like something a middle schooler would say on fucking Xbox Live or something. What are you talking about? Who says that shit? Now, that's not the only thing I wanted to yap about here. Obviously, that's just a weird, wacky little thing. But Nicki Minaj's presence at an event like this is so head-scratching to me because she herself is not a U.S. citizen. I don't know how many people know this or how many people just forgot. She herself talks about not being a U.S. citizen and that she is literally an illegal immigrant. In 2018, she even made a whole statement about it with what was happening to immigration back then and how her heart was breaking for it, telling the story of how she came to this country at 5 years old, an illegal immigrant. She was discussing how she can't even imagine being separated from her parents at 5 years old and everything that was happening then. And since, she still has not become an American citizen. In 2024, only a year ago, she once again opened up reiterating, confirming she is still not an American citizen, despite paying so many millions in taxes and all that. So her going on stage yesterday and being like, the president is dashing and handsome, it gives me like the same feeling as someone who's trying so hard to avoid getting in trouble by trying to like butter up the person that can really fuck them. Like, oh, you're just so smart and striking. Devilishly talented, by the way. Did I tell you that? Honestly, I'd go as far as to call you, like, a god. Even an assassin. Like, it feels like she's so over the top. Maybe she's worried about getting deported herself or something. So now she's trying to, like, suckle the titty here of this administration and, like, hide in its ranks as, you know, a public figure. So now she's just stuck looking like a fucking imbecile. Yeah, this administration is perfect. Like, Frosted Flakes, they're great. Yeah, who just said Epstein files? Someone shoot that guy. Yeah, us U.S. citizens. All of us, my fellow U.S. citizens, we gotta stick together. We love U.S. citizens like me, am I right? That kind of thing, like she's cutting fucking WWE promos. But I think there also might be another explanation here. Again, just another game theory. Maybe she's not looking to protect herself. Maybe she's fishing for a pardon for her sex offender husband. Since Trump likes to hand out pardons like they're fucking Girl Scout cookies, I think there also might be this play from Nicki Minaj here to try and get one of those for her husband, Kenneth Petty, who is literally a registered sex offender. Maybe she's trying to make it so he no longer has to keep re-upping that and getting in trouble when he refuses to do so, like recently when he had to go under house arrest for failure to register as a sex offender. So perhaps maybe she's trying to get in their good graces so she can then float the idea to Trump about, like, pardoning Kenneth. After the never-ending circus that has been the Epstein files, especially the most recent shenanigans here, it should be painfully obvious that the government is more than willing to bend over backwards to protect sex offenders and the most evil, heinous people on the planet imaginable. So it's not a far-fetched idea to think that maybe Nicki Minaj is making a play like that to try and get that special treatment for her husband. Yeah, anyway, I mean, I just found it to be a really interesting fit here. This is one of those situations, you know, the call's coming from inside the house. This shit feels a little odd because she herself is fundamentally the exact opposite of everything Amfest was presenting based on all the other clips I've seen. She is an illegal immigrant, she's not a U.S. citizen, and her husband is a sex offender. I don't know, sports fans, maybe I'm on the crack pipe, but that doesn't exactly sound like the ingredients, the recipe to a perfect fit for the conference she was attending here. But, you know, what do I know at the end of the day? I just wanted to yap about it. That's about it. See ya.
Cent slots and what's currently loaded in each one. Intense. Say zombie games and you rather not smell rotten meat all night? No problem. Just swap the scent pod manually and keep the label for the AI to recognize. That way, even zombies can smell like fresh roses. or energy drink if that's your thing.
So here's the rundown of how it works and how it gets set up here. So you place it under your monitor, you connect it with USB-C, and then you have the control panel where all the cents are stored, your 10 cents, and you switch in the pods that you want for the cents, and then it'll use AI image detection to know what's going on screen and what fans to activate to shoot the fumes at you. And they even mention that you can, of course, swap out the pods, but keep it labeled the same, so that way it'll still recognize it and shoot out roses instead of rotten meat smell. Can you imagine, though, if you couldn't swap those out at all? Like, it just has like a million cents that it instantly swaps in between, and it's like super realistic. So if you get tear gassed in the game, you get tear gassed in real life with the fucking Zestum blasting right into your eyeballs, basically pepper spraying you. Or like, you know, mustard gas shoots out and just asphyxiates you while you're sitting in your chair trying to play your game. Nah, that'd be crazy. That's some Sword Art Online type shit. If you like expand upon this idea as like a torture device almost. But I mean, again, it seems like this is something that does actually work. I just don't know how many people are like really salivating over the ability to smell the game that they're playing. I feel like it'd be cool for a couple of minutes, but the novelty would really wear off when playing for a long period of time in like an extended gaming session, which most people are playing for a couple of hours usually. And I feel like if you're smelling shit the entire time, it's just going to be a bit of a headache. And you're probably going to like really go through the smell juices, like the potions they've got in there, because they're tiny pods. They show you in the video here in a moment. They're like this big, maybe. They're not huge at all. So I feel like you'd probably run through a ton of them very, very fast, which would then mean that you're constantly reloading and repurchasing pods, because I imagine they're not free. I don't think you can just replace them for free. Maybe I'm wrong. But you would be spending quite a bit of money to keep the scent bar fully stocked on smells. And if you're using it daily, I just truly don't know how long these pods are going to last you.
Once your game's running, simply share your game window with the software. Don't worry, nothing's recorded or stored. The AI just analyzes your screen in real time and nobody else can see it, not even me. And that's it for the setup part. You're ready to dive in.
I highly doubt that's true. Whenever it comes to anything AI, I have to imagine that it's a full-blown fucking red alert lie anytime they say, don't worry, it's like super secure. No one else can see it. Not even us. Because time and time again, that's been proven incorrect. It is just a lie, like 99% of the time. So perhaps the scent bar is also collecting data on you. It's entirely possible, I suppose, since you have to share quite a bit with it.
One scent pod lasts up to 3 months, depending on your gameplay, of course.
I just truly don't see how that's possible to claim that the pod lasts up to 3 months. You can see the pod is not that big. It's pretty slim, too. So how the fuck is there enough aroma fluid in there to last up to 3 months with daily playing, like hours of game time? I don't know. I just, unless it's like really frugal with how often it fans out some of the smells. But from what I saw in their like booth at Gamescom, it seems like it blasts out smells pretty frequently. Like I just truly don't know how it could possibly last you 3 months, a single pod.
So whether you're walking through a forest, speeding down a racetrack, or fighting dragons, your world actually smells like it.
Furthermore, because we're committed to bringing scent into the entire digital entertainment world, streaming works too. Everything you can share via screen share becomes scent enabled. We're working hard to make it compatible with all the places you love to watch. With your support, we can take this final step, bringing immersive scent into every movie night, every stream, and every game.
Pretty ambitious goals. It's not just for games. They want to look to take this technology into other aspects of the entertainment space, namely streaming, which I feel like is a recipe for disaster, though could lead to some great moments like, all right, everyone load up your ass cartridges. I'm about to be blasting some nasty smells at you. Hope you're ready, PU, stinky inbound. That's gonna be quite a bright future. I don't know. again, it's just not something for me, but I saw this Kickstarter because Matt sent it to me, and I just wanted to yap about it a bit because it's very interesting to see smell-o-vision make a return in the modern age. And I wonder if it'll be more successful this time around, because smell-o-vision kind of collapsed from everything, all available data. It wasn't overly positive. Most people didn't love it, which is why it didn't stick around. But who knows? Maybe the scent bar here kicks off a new wave of big-time smellers. I guess we'll see. That's really about it. See ya. For a couple days now, there's been a video YouTube's been shoving down my throat, recommended out the wazoo, and tonight finally caved and decided to give it a peek. It's called Pulling Over the Police Doesn't End Well from Midwest Safety. And as advertised in the title, this citizen's arrest attempt does not go swimmingly. Far from it.
An officer pulls to the curb for a civilian following behind, honking their horn and flashing their lights constantly. After the civilian passes, the officer initiates a traffic stop.
The reason I stopped you is because you were honking at me and following at an unsafe distance?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Okay, do you have your driver's license on you?
I sure don't.
The chess master has made his move. There was no pressure, yet the quarterback still fumbled here. This gentle Sir Redditor tipped his fedora to the officer, and he's got him right where he wants her. So he was following her, honking, making a ruckus, flashing his lights, in what seems to be an attempt to get the officer to pull over so he could give her a stern talking to. And the way she describes it, and I guess even the way he describes it, makes it sound like that old meme, you know, the hit it, Joe, and then the guy's on like the fucking doohickey, just like a piano with a ton of noise-making gadgets and gizmos going boom, 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 penny whistle, wee. Like it seems like that's what this guy was doing, following the officer around. So she like pulled over to let him pass, and then eventually just pulled him over to figure out what the fuck is going on.
You better call your chief right now, you
That's not very nice.
Well, I have the right to pull you over. You were on the phone and you were doing something wrong.
So you were trying to pull me over?
Did you not see the lights flashing?
Okay. Sounds good.
Get your chief down here now.
He's not coming.
Yeah, he is.
And you're not free yet.
I'm asking for your supervisor.
Supervisor can come down, but not my chief.
Your supervisor's gonna come here.
Okay.
Because you have no business pulling me over.
Okay. But you were trying to pull me over.
I didn't do nothing wrong. I was behind you.
He's got some nerve questioning this man's authority. It's pretty clear he's in charge. So he is now doing the classic I need to speak to your manager move here, the old go-to Karen play. A John Madden classic. It's timeless. He did fumble the nomenclature. He was asking for the chief, which I guess the chief doesn't have an obligation to show up to every traffic stop when requested. Like Bloody Mary, if you say his name 3 times, the chief of police will show up. So he did eventually realize that it's the supervisor that he can request, which she obliges and gets the supervisor on the horn to join them at this hootenanny.
Can you determine from your mirrors what's safe? Because this says right here that may appear to be closer than
10-4, do we have any recent contacts with it?
Scream for help. Get out of the car and scream for help.
The driver is talking to his own child, who's also in the vehicle.
Start screaming for help.
He's now got his child stepping out of the car to scream for help.
Help!
Bud, you don't have to do that.
Okay, he's going to do it because you're
Help! 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 Help!
He's actually requesting a supervisor now, if one is available.
What an incredible father. He's really raising his son right, barking orders, demanding that he get out of the car and fucking scream for help. I don't even understand what that plan is. What was the thought process there? That the kid would get out and scream for help and then the police would show up. But the police are already there? Like, I don't really know who he was expecting to show up, fucking Batman or something? Like, I don't really get it. This is just insanity. Like, this is just actual lunacy. and he's setting the worst possible example for his son. I'm going to spoil the big reveal here because I think it's pertinent to what's going on. This guy's no angel. I know it's going to be hard to believe. Imagine my shock when I found out that he actually has an extensive criminal history with a litany of charges, like an absolute laundry list of charges, and he should not, under any circumstances, even have visitation rights to his child. This guy is a fucking menace, and he's using his kid here as some kind of, like, accomplice to his nefarious scheme. It's so fucked up. It's so weird.
Because you were doing something illegal. I wasn't. I was behind you.
Okay.
Honking my horn at you is...
I ate a Brillo pad once when I was a kid. Went into the cupboard and just chowed down on it. If you don't know what Brillo pads are, they're little steel wool pads with soap on them. So I was basically the first Tide Pod eater, the Patient Zero. You didn't know that? My mom didn't tell you? That's weird. Thought you two were close. Speaking of eating, though, I did see that a food review YouTuber got into a bit of a tiff at a deli when he was reviewing a sandwich when another patron started chirping and expressing some very strong feelings about what he was doing. And this interaction blew up online. Apparently on TikTok, that shit went double platinum. Even the full uncut version on his channel, UA Eats, has like over 3 million views. And I think it's because in instances like this, usually it's the YouTuber that's the fool, the jester that everyone doesn't respect and they look like big assholes. Because it is very easy to dislike streamers and YouTubers because in a lot of cases they're like disruptive or being a nuisance to the people around them. Something I talk about a lot is how they treat others in public as like their little props to exploit for their content. But in this case, the food reviewer, UA Eats, I think was very much in the right, and the guy that was, you know, squealing at him was the big asshole.
Oh man,
I really want to enjoy my food, and you can stop doing that.
I'm allowed. I was here first.
Do whatever you want. Right?
I was here first. I was here first. What's the difference between me doing this and talking to someone next to me?
Don't worry. We're gonna put on some music for you now.
All right, go ahead. I asked the people around me. They said it's fine. You came. I was here first.
It's a public place.
Yeah, so I'm here. I'm allowed to talk. If I were talking on the phone, would that be different? There you go.
Dude put him in the scholar's mate right there. He just popped over his king there when he made the comparison. If I was talking on my phone, would it be any different? Goober had no response. That was crickets right there. But then his girlfriend said it'd be equally as annoying, which desperately fishing for something to respond with when she knows that's not true, because you can literally hear other people in the deli talking to each other or potentially talking on the phone. So how would him being on the phone be equally as annoying unless he was being really loud? Which, if he was, I would be more understanding of, but he wasn't, and you'll see that here in a moment. So he is just trying to review this sandwich here, and this couple sits down right next to him and instantly expresses that they don't like what he's doing and they want him to stop. And he's saying, look, man, I was here first. I could do this. I can review this. And he's like, oh, okay. I'll put on some music then. So he was going with the Galaxy Brain strategy of playing DMCA music to try and get the video demonetized for him. So he's like somewhat savvy to online behavior because that is something you can do, and it does butt fuck whoever's like recording there because then they can't make money off the ad revenue. Well, I mean, to a certain extent, they could like edit around it or like erase the song with like the YouTube editing tool, but it does become like a headache for them. So that is a real strategy that sometimes people employ. He never actually plays the music. It was more of just like a empty threat of doing so. But regardless, it's such an unnecessary interaction because they chose to sit next to him there when there were other spots available, according to everyone else that comes into this here. And initially I thought this might have been staged for the sake of like a viral video to help blow up his channel. But as I was fishing around, it doesn't seem like he'd be the kind of guy to do that. He just seems like a normal, laid-back kind of guy. So I'd be really shocked if this was staged.
But people are talking over there. I was here first. If you don't like it, you can move up to the other side of the table. All right, that's what I thought. Come on. All right. All right, so anyways.
I was talking about this. You know, it's pretty awesome, isn't it? Nobody likes
All right, so anyways, let's try the sandwich here.
I hope you have a day job.
I do have a day job. This is my day job.
This is a very empty day job, if I would say.
This is my day job. This is my day job. This is what I do. I came here to Chicago just for this.
It's pretty empty.
What is your day job? Let me ask. What is your day job?
I don't have a job.
You don't have a job?
No.
Oh, that's wonderful. So you're going to lecture me about a job when you don't even have one yourself?
My cheeks were getting red when he said, I don't have a job. So he wanted to try to go down that route here in the dialogue tree, but has no job himself. Quite a tactic. That is one hell of a maneuver there, bud. So he, like, when he's reviewing the sandwich, he's not being loud. Nobody else is in the shot. It is just him. If he was like showing the rest of the restaurant, like without their permission or anything, that'd be one thing. Like if they sat down and now all of a sudden they're part of the content without their consent, I would get that. That's not the case. And before they sat down, he asked the other people around if it was okay. He got their permission to film here at Mr. Beef, which is, I mean, that's kind of a banger name for a spot, especially for something like this to start spawning, like an actual beef here between customers over him just reviewing a fucking sandwich pretty tamely. Like, he's not being, you know, bombastic or anything. He's not standing on the table fucking hitting TikTok dances or the cyber goth or something, or shaking it all around. Like, he's just hanging out and giving his thoughts on a fucking sandwich, and this guy has such a huge issue with it. And then he's calling it like a really empty day job. That's cool, brother. I'm sure he was really asking for your perspective on his work, especially from someone as educated on employment as you are, clearly. Like, what the fuck, man? You can not like what he does for a living, but why make a big issue out of it? Like, I don't understand. It's completely useless. You look like a fool. You look like an absolute clown, and I can't even see you, but I can actually hear what your face most likely looks like, and it's a big old fucking frown and a bunch of misery.
Yeah.
All right, so you just walk around telling people what they can do, what they can say, and what they can't?
Absolutely.
All right, great.
Yeah.
Great. Awesome. All right, would you let me do my job then? I'll eat, I'll leave, then you guys can enjoy.
Yeah.
Sound good?
Why don't you go outside and do this?
Because I'm in a public place. You said so yourself. I'm in a public place. I'm allowed to do this. I asked the people around me. They said it's fine. I was here first. If you don't like it, you should go outside. I'm allowed to do this.